Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, friends, family of the CCS. It is the Intermediate League Playoffs, week number one. You might not recognize me. My name is Llama. Alongside me is Seppti today. I'm coming in to help bring in the action as the play-by-play and got the wonderful color caster themselves, Seppti, joining me along. So I'm coming in as the guest, but I'm excited for some League of Legends. And as a player myself, also looking to maybe pick up a few tips and tricks tonight.
I mean, the fact that you're able to come in and do a cast is purely enough. Learning some tricks is just gonna come with the territory, right? You might see some things, you might learn some things, but ultimately, you're here because you know the game. And honestly, that is all I ask for. That is all the people of CCS would like. They love some hot takes. They love some, potentially cold takes to flame. But other than that, we are getting right into draft, and we are already raring to go with 3 bans taken out already. We have TA Fury on the blue side this game with Stunned Mythos on the red, and TA Fury have already started to take away some staple picks from Stunned in that Vi and Cho'Gath, which have both actually been pretty prominent in their picks so far. Vi being the go-to jungler for the side of Stunned Mythos, and on the other side, Mythos are taking away the lover duo in the bot lane of Zion Rakan.
It's interesting to see both of those banned away. I feel typically you ban one or the other, give them. But I mean, when we're seeing these players on board, I mean, you called out that Cho'Gath right away. Not really the meta ban, right? But if you do take a look at sitting and winning there in the top lane, since season has ended now, is Diamond 130 LP with almost 300 Cho'Gath games. So he's not getting any of it. But even with a couple ADC bans, looks like they want a late game marksman themselves. Jinx locked in as B1.
Yeah, I mean, Jinx has sort of been the go-to AD carry so far on this patch. She's just been head and shoulders above the rest, especially with Xayah and Zeri taken off the board. The champion like Jinx is going to have so much priority, especially since someone like Palace, who generally plays more protect the AD carry style sorry, not my apologies, not Palace. Oh no, yes, Palace. They're flipped. I have them on my sheet in front of me. They're flipped on the draft. I'm trying to get things confused, or not confused, right in my head. But honestly, I really like this response from Stun Mythos. They take away Thresh, which is a staple for Insanity in their season so far. It is definitely also an ADC that pairs well with Jinx. So taking that away is actually going to be very nice for them. I'm curious to see what ADC they pair with it. Aphelios has definitely been a very strong pick recently, but I know that Neptunum also likes to go towards the Varus, and that is exactly what we're going to see locked in for the second pick of Stun Mythos.
Yeah, I guess they're saying we saw an ADC, so we're going to lock one in ourselves. Neither team kind of opting for a high priority jungle pick. But if we're talking about high priority jungle picks, the new patch just came out like today. Like this is not only are teams needing to adapt on the fly, they have already met up once before during the regular season, and that's when we did actually see Stun Mythos take a clean 2-0 off of TA Fury. But the patch has changed, the champions have changed, and these top tier junglers have changed. But looks like in this case, that still some marksmen's being the top priority, and now Tom Kench kind of expecting to see that in the support role, right?
Well, the bot lane definitely has been, the go-to place to get your leads so far in this season so far. I really like this lock-in of Tom Kitchen and Syndra, just really standard across the board, making sure that you have scaling, you have AP damage, and you have a lot of protection for those carries. But to talk about the junglers, really, there weren't too many things changed on the patch. At least in my opinion, as a jungler, Sejuani got a little bit of a nerf, but not enough to basically take her out of what she was trying to do. Realistically, junglers this patch, yes, they're strong in some degree, or to some degree, but they're really just meant to sit there in front and facilitate for these marksmen and mid lane carries that have been, showing their real prominence as of late. And Aesol being locked in against Syndra is a little bit interesting because we already now have two fairly slow scaling carries in Varus and Aurelion Sol, and now Stun Mythos have sort of put themselves in a bit of a strange position moving into the second phase of bans, because TA Fury definitely could potentially target out some really strong picks from the side of Stun. I know, at least in my head, I'm thinking of sitting and winning's Camille is definitely a
Yeah.
pick that is fairly strong that they've really liked so far. Um, Again, their GP, which I mean, realistically, if you think about it, right, Stunned, they need damage, they need it early, but short of the way that the meta is currently, yes, you have some jungle champions like the Jarvan, like the Vi, and like the Wukong that are strong early. But if you only have 1 point, it's going to be really difficult to transition you towards that later game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it does seem as what these teams have drafted early on in these first three picks that they are drafting for the later stage of the game. This is now in the playoffs, so we're talking about best of fives as well, Septi. And it feels like neither of these teams is looking for anything too aggressive, too early, maybe not pulling out all the stops here in game number one, but it feels like both these teams just want to scale check a little bit, right? Maybe get some early advantages in lane. Do you feel like we're just going to see kind of that slow pace game one here?
Well, there's two types of styles that people go for when you're going into a best of five. First of all, you have to remember it's a very long series, and so you're going to be here at your desk playing your games for a very long time. And throughout that, it's a chess match, right? So oftentimes you'll see one of two things out of teams. In game ones, especially, you'll see them either go for something really safe, really standard, and just ease themselves into the series, or you'll see them go for something really crazy to try and as a one-off, be like, we've been practicing this this week leading up to the series as a potential answer to what you might bring us. If it doesn't work in game one, it is what it is.
Yeah,
And honestly, TA Fury have actually gone for a champion that has been buffed on this patch. Graves
that's
did get
true.
a critical buff, and honestly, into the champions that Stun Mythos have, it's going to be a little bit interesting because the build that was buffed on Graves was this overheal, full lifesteal composition. The
Hmm.
the the
And the
immortal shield
crit
bow
too,
into
right?
bloodthirster. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yep.
I don't know why I went over that. You're on my side monitor. But we're talking to the people in front. No, but so yeah, that immortal shield bow and bloodthirster are the crit build that people have been going towards now on this Graves, considering the crit damage on his multi shot has been buffed.
Mhm.
But TA Fury have gone again for this very standard, very safe. We're gonna fight you front to back and use our carries in Jinx and Syndra to scale throughout the game and use Malphite and Graves as sort of that bandage to get us through that early mid game. And on the other side, Stunned have gone for an interesting jungle pick. Xin Zhao has definitely been popping up a little bit more recently, as the likes of Gore Drinker and champions like that who have been enjoying that item have been coming back into fruition. Uh, but it's going to be really interesting in this game because I don't know how much he'll actually be able to get done if Syndra and Jinx stay safe, because they have a lot of tools to stop and engage from something like a Xin Zhao.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, and I think as I look at these compositions starting to build, I think what you named about the jungler is kind of interesting to see, right? You doing that bridge as you've named from the early game into that later game. And I think also very smartly, we have seen Stunned try to disrupt some of the synergy that was built early on by picking something like a Mordekaiser as that fifth pick. This was a team that wanted red side for the counter pick as this first game was getting going. And so they say, hey, we actually want to pull away maybe the Jinx or the Tom Kench or the Syndra from the rest of the team to kind of throw off some of that synergy as well, maybe play a little bit more front to back. And I mean, but both these teams, as you've talked about, that late game scaling for both sides is going to be kind of insane. So, I mean, as junglers ourselves too, that's really where my eyes are going to be at, is what can Graves and Xin Zhao do early on in this matchup here, and how can they influence these other members on their team? Because it feels like that is really what's going to set up their team for success as we kind of hit that 15-25 minute mark.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be. I think it's going to be on Senji to set the pace in this game, because Nuffy's is going to be very happy to sit back, farm out on Graves, and just play, for the second, third dragon, and maybe
Yeah.
even the second Herald if we get to that, or when we get to that point. But yeah, Senji again on this Zinjao champion who is very strong early, likes to go for those crazy level 3 ganks, even level 2 sometimes if they decide to go for that Q second, which by the way is not typically normal on Zinjao. They normally go W for those who are needing it of a little lesson. But no, yeah, so Senji definitely going to have to set the pace in this game. I imagine both junglers will be pathing towards that bot side to try and influence the scaling matchups in that Varus and the Jinx. Varus, again, turns on much earlier than the Jinx. I imagine we'll be going for that on-hit build, but generally with the Blighted Arrows, or sorry, with the Chain of Corruption, rather, from Varus, it is very strong early, and you can set yourself up very nicely. But ultimately, I mean, I'm just curious because in this mid lane matchup, I really think that's going to be, where this game, breaks open. Just because Syndra into Aurelion Soul can go very poorly for the Aurelion Soul if anything goes wrong in that lane. Just because Syndra again does so much damage early and scales very well, so once she gets ahead, she'll most likely stay ahead. Um, but so again, it's going to
Yeah.
be on Senji
Yeah.
to keep their mid laners safe in this game. And again, as a jungler, you always feel that pressure of trying to make sure that your team stays as safe as possible and doesn't do dumb things. But I'm really
Yeah.
excited to get into this, play in match number one, or sorry, rather play in group. Oh my God, I'm failing. Hello, Flay. Thank you for saying that you got washed casters for this, or washed junglers for this, rather. Uh, definitely got me going in this one. But I'm really excited. We get to see two very good teams in Stun Mythos versus TA Fury in this play-in week of CCS Intermediate. So stick around. We'll be right back for game one.
Welcome back to the play-ins of the CCS intermediate playoff stage here. This is week number 1. My name is Llama. Alongside me, Seppti. We got TA Fury on the Rift tonight with kind of a different roster than what we've seen the matchup in previous parts of the season.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely, come into the season or into the playoffs rather, using a bunch of their subs, bringing in some new faces that are going to try and, bring this TA roster who previously, I believe, finished, I think it was 5th in Group B, and really try and bring them through these playoffs in, what will be a definitely challenging run for them, having to at least start with Stun Mythos. But I'm just trying to look, and I'm going to see something very interesting. At looking at the jungler's items, I see 2 red smites coming into this game, which is typically not what we've been seeing a lot of, at least not a competitive play. Red smite is generally good, when you're in that solo queue setting, when you are really relying on yourself to carry and do a whole lot of damage. Definitely interesting that Senji is going for it this game
Yeah.
because Xin Zhao is going to be needing to run around the map, try and use potentially the green smite or the blue smite to move around as fast as possible. But I'm really curious to see, maybe these junglers know more than I do. I mean, I read the same patch notes they did, and I didn't think that red smite would be the way to go. But
Yeah,
I mean, we'll see.
but maybe you're the one smarter than them here because you called out this pathing early on, right? It does look like both of these junglers starting on the top side of the map, and as you said, maybe a little rumble in the bot side there on the first couple spawn.
Yeah, and Nuffies has gotten his runes 50% correct. Uh, has fleet footwork, has overheal, and then fumbled on their legend. They have gone for alacrity this game instead of bloodline, um,
Interesting.
which which defeats the point a little bit. But I mean, it should still be okay. Gets that extra attack speed. When you're into the Mordekaiser and the Xin Zhao, who are going to be, on you a lot. But honestly, really even trading going on the top side already between that Malphite and the Mordekaiser, which definitely is not what you'd expect in this game so far, just because, Mordekaiser generally we expect to be, the tank killer, the tank slayer, but Nubly is getting pushed in nonetheless.
Yeah,
But
a little
as
bit of
again,
trading there. But yeah,
yeah,
nothing too
just,
much, right? Yeah, just like a little tank v tank, a little bit
yeah,
showing what they got so far in game 1.
yeah, I mean, curious to see if we get anything shenanigan wise, as Senji is already doing the Xin Zhao thing, is looking to actually invade onto the bot
Oh,
side of Nuffy's there. Is going to spot him on those raptors.
is going to spot him, but when it becomes lightning misses, enough he does pick up the camp here, and is just going to be able to walk Senji out and say, hey, buddy, I think you might have showed up in the wrong jungle here. But a ward on the retreat and without any sweeper in the inventory means that's going to at least give a little bit of vision and keep maybe Tier Ow safe for just a little bit of mid lane, too.
Yeah, and directed camera wanted to show us none of that for some reason.
Oh, but now Senji has
is
another
not
play
done.
bot side. There's the flash forward. The play is going to hit on the Palace. Force the flash away, but now the hook's going to land. Palace knocked up first blood, not to the guy you want to give it to, but Thresh is going to pick that up. A great play, trading flashes. Senji, after that early aggression, immediately ganked bot and got the first successful kill for their
Yeah,
side.
this is exactly what we wanted to see out of Senji, right? We talked about how the Xin Zhao has to set the pace of this game, has to be the one, dictating what Graves has to do. Because realistically, if Senji is able to pull off more ganks like this, is able to blow flashes, is able to pressure this Tom Kench that now has no flash, it means Nuffy is on a clock and is not allowed to just free farm it out. Has to respond to certain plays that the Xin Zhao is going to be going for. And a very nice play coming out from Insanity, being able to flash forward themselves, get the play onto the Tom Kench, who was rooted and wasn't quite able to proc that phase. But hold on, here we go. Tier Ow is on the wrong side of the lane.
And Tier Ow still maybe a little bit of trouble getting knocked off of that, but here comes Insanity, Lantern to safety there. And the Scatter of the Weak missed, which meant there was going to be no lethal damage available.
Yeah, I mean, well done from Tier. It looked a little bit scary to be on that side of the lane, but knowing that you have your support coming in support, as it were.
Yeah.
But I mean, just doing a very good job being able to walk it out, not take too much damage coming up from Easy. Was able to save their flash as well, and as a result, now is on the back foot in this mid lane, gonna take a little bit of more chunking from Easy, but should be able to survive long enough to stay in lane to get their item. But I mean, hey, this early game has been going, I guess, pretty fine for either team, right? Both teams we talked about in draft want to be scaling as we get some more slapping in the top lane, but realistically until level 6 I don't imagine too much will happen there unless Nubly steps too far forward. But with the wave where it is, we definitely could see Senji go for a play onto this Malphite, who is forced to stay in lane and try and get this crash, because realistically at this point Sinning is going to hit 6 first and really look to punish his Malphite. But with that said, I mean, it doesn't look like Senji is too pressed to go to that top side at the moment, and is just content to clear their Raptors.
And as you mentioned, these are teams that do want to scale. And even with this Dragon now hitting the Rift 5.5 minutes in, neither team wanting to send too many resources there right away. I do expect to see Stun Mythos being the team that actually starts instigating these Dragons. Even throughout the regular season, TA Fury was not a team to really play early Dragons, really was only getting a Dragon about 15% of the time. So typically, and we see this from their bot lane, they don't really have the resources to do it. And as we say that, Senji already sending some pings over there with this crashing bot wave gives them a little bit of a window to try to get this Ocean Dragon for themselves.
And there's a whole lot of awareness on the side of TA Fury in this game. Tirao left lane for all of about 5 seconds before 6 different people, and I say this as a joke, 6 different people pinged danger on the bot side jungle after Tirao disappeared. But, with the pressure that this bot lane has been able to collect off of that first blood, they should be able to walk into this jungle and collect the first dragon on the side of Stun Mythos. And for a team that's scaling, right, Ocean Dragon, while there's only one of them, might not seem like a whole lot, but just that little bit of healing, just that little bit of mana regeneration in the lane is incredibly helpful when you're trying to just stall out and play the game at your speed.
Absolutely. And we notice even as we see these builds early on, like if we take a look at Neptune over here, Cole as a back. Like you mentioned that this champion's coming online early, but they're really trying to get that 100 extra CS here. That's going to place them right around 120 based on getting that on their first back. So that's the point in the game, right around that, 15-minute mark or so, or you kind of want to see that 2-item spike. Feels like that's really what it is. But these early wins in the first 7 minutes of this game has already given them about a 300 gold lead, just about what that first kill was in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I'm going to be completely honest. I'm a little bit surprised that both junglers have stayed away from the spot side for as long as I have, because both supports have lost their flash so far in this game. And the fact that, Senji has not gone back to repeat, the fact that Nuffy's has not gone to punish the Thresh, who is otherwise very slow without their flash, is a little bit surprising, at least to me, just because, we talked about, how Senji has to get stuff done. And so you'd expect them to go and, re-gank and re-punish the lane that was already prepped for them. Did get the dragon, to their credit, but ultimately has just sort of fallen back into the pace that I believe TA Fury would prefer him playing, which is, this much slower style. And with Herald spawning about 20 seconds, I think we see Nuffy's in the exact right spot. Is probably going to play on this bot side, look to get a crash on their bot lane, and then look to roam up towards that top side with Palace after this wave is crashed.
And we'll have to see if that is what they go for, because the level 6 timers are coming in. That's really where you start to see a lot more power coming through. Because, but look at this. Now it's a 4-man play bot side. Palace going in, but doesn't have a flash available quite yet. Insanity does not get stunned up for the chompers, but will get hit by that final scout of the week. Level 6 is now for Wizward as well. Even with all these ultimates at their disposal, still don't have the damage available right on that timer of flashes coming up. Like you said, that does mean that maybe there's a timer for the Herald, but take a look up there. Senji already onto that top buff.
Yeah, but there are also missing pigs going on to that Herald. Not that I believe there's enough time for TA Fury to actually make anything happen here. Nuffy's, on the other hand, is going to try and go for an invade, and actually might get caught out here, as the bot lane has spotted him on that ward.
And he's by himself. Look at this. Nobody else in the area now. Insanity is going to find Nuffy's and fleece them back. Is out of the silence there, but now stunned up Neptune. Getting one more, even with the ultimate, does not take down Insanity. Neptune now with a second assist. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket. Does go wide. Was close, but both these kills so far is on the support. So Insanity, happy with some gold in their pocket, picks up some extra CDR, but not really the acceleration on the carry that you wanted, especially on a free kill like that.
Yeah, but look at the top side of Nuffy's. Look at what Senji has been able to do after that play went so awry for the TA jungler. Was able to sneak in, drop a ward on that blue buff, as well as take away that spawn of wolves from the graves who, we talked about it, now definitely is under a lot of pressure to start making things happen in this game. And the fact that the bot lane of Stunned was able to catch him out there was amazing. Even more so the fact that Neptune was able to hold on to the chain of corruptions, as we see 3 people in the mid lane trying to find an angle onto Easy. Could potentially see this Syndra step too far forward, but we'll respect it enough, know that they don't have vision on that top side.
Yeah, Hook goes a little bit wide bot, and I like seeing the pressure here continue to grow here for Stun Mythos. They were able to rotate down, maybe find a little bit of a timer, but gratefully it was pinged out from Nubili, and Easy did not fall prey to that Mordekaiser coming down too. So they do stay safe, but like you said, it was really an overstep from Nuffy's there. By moving into the enemy jungle, really with nothing to play for, and then the team resetting and not knowing where the enemy team was, like, created a free kill. Palace is not done yet, but just with having that miss here, the dive is not going to land, and that means Free Lantern out to safety. Yeah, you deny a little bit of pressure bot lane, but still, if we take a look here in the bot lane, it is looking like a dead even marksman game so far because neither kill critically went over to Neptune in these couple of exchanges.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to talk about the gold lead for just a second. And, we talked about, again, how this scaling comp of both sides rather would like the gold to go onto the pieces that need it most. For Sun Mythos in this game so far, the gold has gone purely onto the Xin Zhao and the Thresh so far. So this, 2,000 gold lead that they have currently is squarely sitting on the shoulder of those utility champions. As
Oh,
Neptune,
here's the
I don't
Abyssal
think you want to
Dive.
be here.
But Senji's able to get it as well. It's not going to be sunned up by the Chompers there. The Super Mega Death Rock is not going to get a kill yet, but it's the first one to fall is going to be Palace. Wizard forced to flash out, and Senji wants to chase. Heal's going to be used. There's another kill into Senji's pocket. Another flash forward, and it lands. Hits its mark, and Senji picks up another hook, another kill. Neptune on the board with 2, and now 5-0, 3,000 gold. A devastating mistake once again. That Abyssal Dive was absolutely critical and did not get what it needed.
But it looked so good for the side of TA Fury to begin that fight. I think Wizard just needed to place those traps maybe a little bit more directly onto Neptune, and that kill might have been in. But ultimately, I think the MVP of that play definitely has to go towards Insanity, as, again, some damage going out onto the mid lane. We talked about it before. Tier is not going to be the strongest one. But realistically, in that bot side, right, Senji using their early game advantage, using the gold that they've made up so far, as I don't think that this play is going to go the way that TA believe it will be once the tower drops.
When it becomes lightning, doesn't even get the grace skin off, is dead. Nuffies wants to make something happen here, but look at these health bars, they're still so healthy. Wizard wants to chase up here. Nuffies here too, does have the collateral damage available, but they are just down damage, down a man. Insanity one more hook, but opts to not go in. They are fine just to walk away. Look at all these resources now. TA Fury has committed to try to recover bot lane, but it's too late, guys. Like, you can't do anything here. So they lose a tower. It's only 12 minutes in.
Yeah, it's absolutely an overstep from the side of TA Fury. The fact that they're going to be able to even contest this dragon is really good for them, I suppose. Catching Stun Mythos on and off timing. Should be able to collect that dragon. Very nicely done. We'll be able to pick up, arguably, I believe, the strongest dragon in the game. Getting some ability haste. But the Malphite is here.
There's going to be the Unstoppable Force, followed by the Sun. Scout of the Week is good, and there is the ultimate Unleashed Power. Claims a first kill for TA Fury side off of a great roam down. Yeah, so what looked bad, like you said, they picked up maybe the strongest dragon, arguably, as well as picking up a mid lane kill onto the Syndra. At least something's going their way.
Yeah, we go from the strongest dragon, the strongest singular dragon, to the worst dragon soul in that Chem Tank dragon. Unfortunately, but I mean, for TA Fury, the only bright spot so far is the fact that Easy was able to pick up that kill onto Tier. Realistically, won't be able to sideline against Sinning later on in this game, but should absolutely be able to start pressuring this Aurelion Soul and this Varus, who has now just completed, their mythics respectively. And I mean, just looking at this game, right, it is looking so dang good for the side of Stun Mythos. They have their mythics completed on 4 of their 5 members, and the only reason Sinning hasn't completed it is because they opted to go for that Boots and Rylai's. That is just so key on the Mordekaiser currently in this meta. But I mean, look at it, right? We're 14 minutes into the game. Stun Mythos already has a 4,000 gold lead. And honestly, I want to credit this lead to Insanity and Senji, right? They played so well together. They were able to create such a lasting advantage in this bot side so far, to the point where Neptune just Neptune really is going to be able to really make an impact on this game, as Nubly has bitten off more than they can chew.
Yeah, they're getting a little smack down there from Sinning and winning in the top lane, but that is one beefy rock cake and is just going to be able to walk on out of there, or maybe rock on out of there. Now Tier out in a little bit of trouble. We'll see maybe if Palace can land something. Easy is going to land, but even the Abyssal Dive is not going to miss. Tunlash misses too, and Tier out just happy to walk out of there. Easy definitely took the worst of that trade, and everyone's still alive here. But take a look at Senji now, maybe looking for a dive on this big boy in the top lane. The wave is crashing just in a moment. We'll see if they want to take it. We do have the ultimate available. Crescent Guard could be an option. However, the Unstoppable Force... Oh, Nubly flashing away, I guess, thinking he was in maybe more trouble. But the ping comes out, says, hey, Malphite no flash now. And yeah, Nubly lives, but loses a 5-minute cooldown.
Newly definitely had to flash or ulti there because when Tirao used the ultimate on the bot side, it revealed both Graves and Palace on the bot side, and so it meant that Malphite was on the top side by themselves. But here
Oh,
we go,
here's a
Insanity and Neptune
3v2.
too far.
Yeah, flashed away here. Oh, Neptune not able to take the lantern. Also has to flash Super make Death Mark. Not enough damage. Collateral damage is not going to get it either. Palace wants to keep on chasing. Has their ultimate available. Will they be able to get the Devour? They do not. But take a look. Sending to winning. No ultimate available on them. Wizard still trying to hit, but now Senji goes in. There's the lantern. Teleport coming up from the bot side. Easy, and the rest say they want to take this fight. And now sitting and winning. Maybe a little bit of trouble here. 4 members all hitting them, but not falling quickly at all. Flashes away, followed by the unstoppable force. A couple more autos will do it, and they do. Wizard now does barely survive and is devoured, picked up by their own support. Easy misses that next stun, but we'll see if this is enough damage. It is not quite yet. Unleashed Power does not find its mark, and Insanity drops the box and walks away. But 2 kills over to TA, and their prize is going to be the second Rift Herald. This team is not calling it quits in game 1 yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. They're trying to find any advantage they can when they find stunned, mispositioned. It looked a little bit scary on the backside when the team of, TA had pivoted away, leaving Wizard in the back with Senji only. But realistically, doing a really nice job to find that pick onto the Mordekaiser, who did not have the Death Room available, means that they're going to be able to snowball that fight, use all the CC and safety that they have, with the Malphite, with the Tahm Kench, to make sure that Wizard stays alive and is able to at least be there to pick up, the XP from the assists in that fight. And realistically, right, kills went on to Nuffy's, kills went on to Nubly, which, is not exactly where you want them to be, but now it just means that Nuffy's is going to be able to finish that shield bow, and Nubly is going to be able to finish the Iceborne Gauntlet just in time for this critical third dragon of the game, which really, in a scaling v scaling comp, sort of is when we see games start tilting in one direction or the other. Yes, you have a 5k gold lead. Yeah, sorry.
I'm looking at some key summoner spells here in that fight. Critically, Wizard has Flash and has the Cleanse available. But take a look on the other side here. Flash from Senji used. Sinning used Flash. Neptune no Flash. Neither does Insanity. So some key members can easily be picked off in this fight if they get the right pick at the right time. Scatter of the Weak could mean doom. But Nubly in the top side without teleport, this means this is going to be a 4v5 potentially if Sinning wants to commit the teleport down. This is still a hard fight for TA Fury.
I just realized a massive redundancy in the side of TA. I realized that Wizard has taken Cleanse when they have a Tahm Kench on their team.
Yeah.
Which is generally not what you want.
Insanity hook, Easy out of position. The team's not around. Yes, the ultimate's committed, but Easy, that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, especially when you don't have Flash against the Thresh. That is exactly what you don't want to be doing, right? You do not want to be sitting in their face. You do not want to be giving them the freest hook, really, of the game so far. And as a result, right, another kill going.
I want to see
potentially steal. It could be.
Here it is. Oh,
very close.
Yeah, I wanted it.
But we have to remember, right, they rebuffed the Jinx maximum threshold damage to 1200. So it does challenge Smite now if Senji was not able to smite it perfectly there, but did smite, I want to say, at around 612. Or sorry, not 612, 1216.
Yeah.
With an auto attack from, I believe it was probably Neptune or themselves, really. But ultimately, was a fairly well-timed Jinx ultimate. If it was a jungler who wasn't paying attention, maybe they would have been able to pick it up themselves. But
well, it was also blind too. Like, I don't think there was any information that Wizard had. I think they was just completely thrown it in.
You play this game long enough, you get a sixth sense of how fast objectives are getting taken.
Absolutely. But yeah, I don't think Easy had the same sixth sense in the objective setup, because that was a pretty critical death that it really ultimately caused the dragon to not even be officially contested. And honestly, too, like, that's just some macro mistakes too, because maybe they wanted to try to fight it. It looked like that's why Easy stepped up, but nobody didn't have the teleport, and they just kind of missed position for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, when Easy gets taken out like that, you aren't really allowed to do anything there, right? And I don't even know if they're going to be allowed to contest this tower, right? We have Senji coming in, Sinning has the Death Room available.
Here's the teleport down too. Tirao is going to be here. Ultimate available. Won't be Sky's Descent, but still lots of damage. Just double knockup from Palace. Flash forward from Easy. They want to take out this Ao Shin, or likely there's the other ultimate coming behind. Senji's going to be able to walk away. Irelia still the only one to fall so far. Sinning is winning, wants to trade one back, but Palace gets the Devour as they come out of the Death Realm, and Nubly will survive. Another 2 kills traded for 0 off of a great play from TA Fury.
Yeah, and even without the jinx there, Wizard sending that rocket completely wide doesn't even make a difference in the fight. Just really well played. Nubly kiting around in that death realm as best as possible, and Palace at the right place at the right time to eat eat the massive rock and keep them safe in this game. Honestly, Tyr definitely got a little bit too close in that fight, and was punished by Easy and by Nubly. And as a result, got instantly taken out and wasn't really able to deal the DPS that we might expect from an Aurelion Soul in this game. But I mean, very well done from TA, right? We talked about how they, are going to be scaling back into this game after falling behind early to the great plays from Senji and Insanity. But I mean, this is the way you do it, right? You find your advantage fights. You find the pickoffs that
Yeah.
make you strong enough rather to contest them when they're full strength. And I don't quite remember where Neptune was in that fight. I imagine that they were in the mid lane trying to pick up farm and trying to match Wizard. But either way, very nicely done from the format squad on that top side there. And as a result, right, we see now again, it's only a 4,000 gold lead for the side of Sun Mythos, but TA definitely on the road to get back into this game as
Yeah.
Palace gets a very nice steal from Senchi.
Wow, way to just yoink that one away. But yeah, you're exactly right about that gold lead. When I take a look at it, though, it's all in the bot lane. This bot lane for the side of Stun Mythos is 6-0-8, both with major objective bounties. A individual 2,300 gold lead here for Neptune. Like, what does that mean now as we're looking at this point of the game with 2 minutes till this third dragon?
I mean, it just means that the Varus is going to be online, has that finished Rage Blade, and is working towards what I believe is going to be a Bork as well on that Varus, which in this game could potentially be useful. But what I really want to see coming out from the side of Sun Mythos is I want to see some form of heal cut literally anywhere, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about a Graves that has a an immortal shield bow and is working towards what probably is going to be a cleaver actually now that I look
Yeah,
at it.
something in Cleaver, yeah.
Which generally is not the build in this game because realistically with this build right on Graves, you want to be going for that shield bow right into the Bloodthirster just so you're able to have, that 250, 500 health shield on yourself in these fights and just be looking to constantly, out heal any damage that is done by the slow drain tanks of Xin Zhao and
Oh,
Mordekaiser. But we see the squad, lining up in this bush here. We could see
I don't think
Palace
they
actually
know
look
that
to
each
bait
other are
this.
there.
Yeah, no, neither team knows which team is where, and it's just
Who's
an
gonna
absolute
flinch
square
first?
off. I mean, Palace might go push
Oh,
this wave, and I think
Insanity's
the
gonna get support
Insanity,
in.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, but that was a nice little standoff there, but now Nuffies wants to clear it. Might be in trouble already. Is gonna dash over the wall. Senji was also looking for an angle, but look at this now. We see Stun Mythos, the first ones to establish position in the river. And that does mean that the other team has to fight in, but look at Palace getting
Ooh,
chunked up,
Palace.
taken down so low. The snipe from Neptune picks up the first kill of the fight.
And this just goes back to what we were talking about before when we talked about the fact that Jinx is the one that has the cleanse in this game, right? I would have much personally, now that I've realized, the combination on TA's bot lane, I would have
Oh,
much rather
Neptune
have
flashing
seen.
forward, but just...
Oh boy.
Hey, but the cleanse was available. I think Wizard just takes it and takes the cleanse, That's why they have it, right?
Probably, but I believe Tyr might have been able to get in there with the Skies Descend if just the cleanse was blown. But either way, it will be third dragon picked up for the side of
Oh, Nuffies?
Stunned.
Nah, decides not to inform with the Baron alive. That is such a dangerous steal.
Yeah,
But
no
yeah,
flash
like you said,
available.
it's third dragon. This is sole point now, and it does still feel like the picks are coming in for TA Fury. The objectives and the gold lead is definitely not.
Yeah, it is definitely not in their favor. Down 5,000 gold already in this 24 minutes, but Insanity rather does have flash available.
Okay.
Is going to be forced to use it.
Doesn't have flash anymore. But yeah, you're right. Forced to use it. I mean, that's the cooldown, right? That's primary engage. Just have a hex flash. So still a valuable summoner spell. Maybe the most valuable when it is on cooldown. But yeah, is he gonna stay alive and preserve the KDA?
Yeah, speaking of cooldowns, though, I mean, Insanity is sitting on Ionian boots, and I believe Cosmic Insight as well. So while it is a long cooldown, it is a slightly less long cooldown with all those items and runes picked up. But I mean, I think this game is probably going to sort of fall back into a bit of a lull state for the next couple minutes until, maybe Stun decides to try and set up a Baron play. But with Soul in 4 minutes time, I think both teams are just going to try their very hardest to disconnect from the game. No, but realistically, to collect as much gold and items as possible, just in this setup for the Soul fight. I mean, looking at the items currently as they stand, right? We have Xin Zhao with that finished cleaver. We have 2 items across the board for the most part, bar supports for the side of Stun Mythos. And we have 3 items, in fact, on Neptune, who was able to pick up that Bork. I don't believe it was before that mid lane fight. But on the other side, right, there's only one person on the side of TA Fury with 2 items, and that is the
Yeah.
Syndra, who realistically is not going to be the one who is getting you through, you know, these mid to late game fights, right? Yes, you have the Leanders and you have the Void Staff. That's great if you're trying to kill one person.
Yeah, yeah, and we look at all the different damage threats that it looks like they have on their side too, right? It's not just one person you can win a team fight off of. Yes, we do see Neptune now at 3 completed items, so that's a pretty key point now for them. But like for Syndra, in order to hit Varus, like you can't just sprint through the rest of the team. So it does feel like, yeah, you can maybe kill one person with that ultimate, but I mean, who are you going to be using your ult on? Because, like, yeah, Unleash Power might be able to take out one of these people, but you kind of using a frontliner. Otherwise, I think you're just going to int by running in, and that's kind of what we saw before the last fight.
Yeah, I mean, Easy sort of has to be a little bit safer. Has to play behind Palace and Nubly, as they're trying to set up for these objectives. And I'm gonna say it because I think I've been cut off both times that I've been saying it. Is this bot side, of Palace and of Wizward has absolutely got it wrong with their summoners, right? Generally, when you see a Tom Kench lane, you see the Tom Kench either taking cleanse or rushing a QSS in the lane, so that the Jinx is able to take, in this case, the Jinx is able to take either Ghost or Heal or some other summoner to keep themselves safe. Because why are you picking the Tom Kench if you're still relying on the Jinx to have to use their cleanse? Why would you not just give them the opportunity to take something like a Ghost, something like an Exhaust, maybe, if the Zinjao gets on top of them, to really survive in these fights? 'Cause cleanse doesn't do anything against a Death Realm, right? So it's sort
Oh,
of just unnecessary usage of resources in this game. And I
yeah.
believe Palace did reconnect, um, but for the sake of our voices and for your entertainment later along the line, so we don't run out of everything to say, we are going to jump to a short break until we get this game unpaused. So stick around. We'll be right back with game one.
onto the Rift. Looks like the Baron is going to be the next objective is in these teams' eyes. And as we take a stock here, we were talking about a little bit over the break there, feeling like we see Stud Mythos in a pretty good position to close out this first game of the best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely looking in a good spot right now. You have 3 finished items on the Varus, who is really untouched in these fights so long as Nubly, is being kept busy by the likes of the Mordekaiser and the Zhao. And even if they do get gone on, there's no one on the side of TA who's going to be able to follow up from that Malphite engage, unless you're already walking into them. And Nuffy's, that is a very risky place to be, as Insanity has already shown the ability to hook people out of position, and sitting on that ward could potentially find themselves in a world of hurt should Insanity get a little bit bold here.
Yeah, Senji in the area as well. Wind becomes lightning misses as long as the hook does not hit. Nuffies will stay safe, and does. So close call, like you're saying here, but they have no idea that this is warded. Now they will. Nuffy's going to clear that out, but just fishing, a little bit of fishing, but no catch here, that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we're just hanging out for now. As I said, we're not going to really be doing much. Sorry, as I said before the pause, we're not really going to be doing too much in the next 2 minutes time, right? Yeah. We're just trying to prep and get as much golden items before this Dragon Soul fight as possible. Again, really, it's not the end of the world. If stunned,
Nuffy likes this bush.
Really
that's a
does.
good chunk, though. But that's not going to mean too much yet. But now Nuffy's maybe a little bit too far forward. When he becomes lightning, he's going to land the root.
Oh, easy.
Up. Devoured. But now that's a big cooldown that's not available. Still all 10 members alive. And we do see now Nubly coming up to this as well. But 90 seconds on the Devour. Yes, it's up for the Dragon, but not before. Gratefully Easy kept the flash available, but didn't feel like there's really a plan on what TA Fury wanted to do there.
I mean, we sort of talked about it during the pause, right? Just looking at items. I'm not really sure what this Deadman's is doing on Palace. Yes, it's nice to be able to get that extra movement speed. But really in this game, it doesn't really do too much. When realistically, yes, your problems are not really the slows. It's going to be just getting, stunned up and completely ruined. I would have much rather seen something like a Locket or like even a Shirelli, not a Shirelia's. Man, the name of the item, I get confused about it every week, has changed about 7 times over the last 5 years.
Shirelia's Reverie, is that still what it is? I think so.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay. I called it Righteous Glory last week.
Yeah.
It's
Nuffy's getting some damage. Wow, that's Senji actually going pretty low here. That's a very, very squishy Xin Zhao, even though they have 2 items. Those aren't tanky ones. So, Wizard trying to get more damage, maybe delay back, but it'll miss. But hey, honestly, I don't hate this from TA Fury. They're getting some setup around the Dragon now.
Yeah, I mean, the only bright side, right, for the side of Stun Mythos is that you still have a minute left. You have, good checking tools in Lantern, in, Varus E. You also are able to just really walk through bushes, with all the gold and all the strength that you've built up so far in this game. And just do a quick, little check before this fight. Every ultimate is available on the side of Stun Mythos, whereas the Devour and the Rocket are going to be down for a little bit for the side of TA Fury, as well as that unstoppable force coming out from Nubly. And if this fight breaks out right now, TA will be at a massive disadvantage. But also on the side of Stun Mythos, there's 2 stopwatches on the Xin Zhao and on the Thresh. So if either of those champions get picked out, it really won't be too much for them to just press that button, because the stuns on the side of TA are not really that long. They're pretty short interrupts and knockups. And for someone, hook lands onto the rock.
But do you smell the rock is cooking? It's not too much to eat quite yet, but is my
they ain't cooking. They ain't cooking just yet.
They ain't cooking just yet, but now sitting in a great position, and no one has a way out of that death realm. So Sitting can kind of pull whoever they want into Brazil if they decide to. But with the first movement of the Dragon, they're just going to be starting it up. Lots of damage already at 3,000, 2,800, and take it away. Nubly, the one that's older from Sitting. Not sure about that, but now take a look. Palace is in trouble. Did go in. That flash over the wall is alive and hanging out in the pit. Now here comes Nubly, the 2-man knockup, but the skies have descended. Here comes another kill over to the Aurelion Soul, and now the flash continues in, but 3 are going to fall. The rest of TA Fury needs to run, and now Nuffy's falls. Triple kill to Aurelion Soul, maybe the Quadra as well. 1 more will be traded back. Insanity dies. Both the bot laners fall, but it is a Quadra kill. Tier Owl wipes the fight, takes the ace, and now we're going to see Stun Mythos getting onto the Baron.
Yeah, you lost the Dragon fight, but you got the Dragon a couple kills. And honestly, we sort of saw the problem with TA right there, right? We talked about how, Nubly, yes, is a very good engage and is a good frontline, but you run out of gas so quickly when you're this far behind. with their composition, right? The Graves is not really doing too much damage with their build. You're kind of you're trying to be the best of both worlds, you know, with the shield but with the cleaver, but really you're the master of none. You do a little bit of damage, not enough to set up your jinx and not enough to set yourself up, you know, for sure. But the Skies Descend coming out from Tiro in that fight did a very nice job finding the slows onto everyone, and was able to pick up a quadra kill and should be able to finish their third item as well for themselves. And honestly, with that fight, the gold lead has gone from, I think it was like about 4K before, to about, you know, 6.5K now,
Yeah.
or 6K rather, with the pickup of that Baron. And honestly, TA, yes, you're able to take that dragon, but realistically, you have to understand where you are in this game. You have to understand that you are not in a position to take these even 5v5 fights with stunned, right? Because they have the Mordekaiser, they have, you know, the Zinja who is able to stall so much time, and really, Palace, you know, in the process of eating Senji in that earlier fight, really did nothing but stall out time for the rest of his team to fall apart in the rest of that fight. But now we see Sun just, you know, pressing down mid lane with the Baron, which is exactly what you'd expect, right? We're going to have a 4-1. We're going to have Sinning in the bot side, not really being able to be contested by anyone, as Senji is caught out, but does have the
Yeah.
Blast Cone.
And Crescent Guard also available, but Nubily's going to follow now. Gets a 3-man knockup, but the team's not around to join. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't do enough. Now one goes in, Palace goes down, a second falls too, both into Aurelion Sol's pocket, and they want even more. The triple, one going to be stolen away, but a back-to-back quadra Aurelion Sol online. 3 full items, death cap completed, 700 gold bounty in this game is all but over for the advantage of Stun Mythos.
You know, Llama, I have a feeling we might not be seeing that Aurelion Sol in the next game. Not for any particular reason. I don't know why I'm saying that. You know, it's just something that popped into
just
my
a
head.
hunch, a little bit of a hunch, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just one of those feelings you get, you know, when you've played this game for as long as we have. But I mean, again, very nicely done. Nubly was very much so caught on a no man's land. Tried to make it work with the best of their ability. Found a great knockup. If people were closer, but they were not.
Yeah.
So as a result,
I mean, and they still have Baron. They're already fighting a losing battle. Yes, you kind of get the free ticket into the back line, but like you said, there just wasn't anyone around to help. So, yeah, I mean, Stun Mythos happy to take the mid inhibitor now onto the top lane too. Probably take one more reset before this game ends here, but the Dragon's Soul in 90 seconds for their side too. Like, this is just gonna be destruction.
yeah, I mean, the gold lead now is rocketed up to 11K in favor of stunned. And so I think this dragon fight in 90 seconds will be nothing more than a formal give of this dragon soul over to stunned. If TA decide to fight it, I don't think it'll be anything more than Nuffies maybe giving their life to try and steal it themselves. But I mean, I want to talk about now Nuffies build, right? I like to call myself a Graves player. I haven't been playing much of him recently just because hasn't been too strong as of late. But I don't even think Graves is going to be going for a Bloodthirster as the third item. You know, granted, at this point you sort of have to.
Is that collector's word?
It's probably going to be LDR. It was going to be my guess at least. But I mean, it could be collector. I don't think it is, just because I think if he did into 2 GAs, a Mordekaiser, and a Thresh.
No one's getting low enough to collect.
Exactly. No, I mean, realistically, the only thing you'd be collecting is Easy's kill that they tried so hard to get.
Yeah.
But Sun is not going to land. Oh my god, that collateral damage is very disappointing. Yeah, it's just a dash at this point for Graves.
It is, and maybe that's all they needed just to save their life at that point here. Wizward is getting to a point now, 3 items completed themselves with the Hurricane, is able to clear out the waves pretty well, so that does at least deny a little bit of this push. But look at this, just setting up a trap, waiting on these remaining seconds, taking down till the soul becomes theirs. And yeah, wind becomes lightning, soul becomes theirs, and Senji's going to claim this one for the team as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Ooh, Dragon a little, or sorry, Super Mega Death Dragon just a little bit early from Wizard there, but again, no vision. Sort of had to take a guess as to when that would be going down. I don't really know what to make of the Runon's Hurricane. In theory, yes, it's what you want to be building on Jinx in this game, but it's so hard in a game like this to build attack speed, just because you're not doing nearly enough damage to stay on curve with the rest of the enemy team. And so I mean, we'll see right now in just a second because Wizard is going to have to try their very best to clear this wave. See, not even, I mean, still takes 2 autos to clear.
Oh, was really easy. Going to be chunked down 100 to 0. The Syndra falls, and now it's going to be Seppti wanting to get a little bit more. Does have to flash out. Smites aggressively. Wizard running away themselves. No flash available, but now is free hitting with the rockets. Nubly holding a lot of space, but executed from this Aurelion Soul with all the stars just shoots him on down. Flash forward now is going to keep on going. Seppti wants more, has the Guardian Angel, does not die. Another execute, pulled on back. Shinning is winning and wants Nuffies to go. All 5 members still standing, and the Nexus will not be. This is going to be game number 1 over to Stunned Mythos.
Yeah, Insanity pressed the easy button with that hook right there, finding it on to the TA mid laner. And honestly, that's going to be the first game of our series tonight. And it kind of sort of went as we expected for the most part, right? Or at least the way that we predicted it was going to go if Stunned was going to find success in this game. Right, Senja did a great job finding kills early on to the bot side there, was able to create a lead for Neptune and Insanity to just really get things going to the point where, Tier Out was then able to hit their scaling points. Sinning was able to really create a lasting advantage in that matchup. Um, and realistically, going into game 2, I think TA sort of have to rework this entire concept. I really don't like the Tom Kench currently in this meta, especially if that's the way they're going to be playing it.
Yeah.
Just I don't really know what it does here, right? It's supposed to be keeping people safe, but it can't even keep itself safe. So
Yeah.
realistically, I kind of want to see them go into this next game a little bit differently. I know that they are able to flex around these players. Nubly and Nuffies are sort of interchangeable, I believe, in their roles. Easy probably stuck in that mid lane there, but I know Wizard and Palace have played Senna lanes in the past, so they might be able to pull something like that out. Just try something different, right? Try maybe what you would have thought if you wanted to play game 1. But either way, these teams are going to take a short break, and as are we, before we head into game number 2. So stick around, and we'll be right back for this best of 5 series of Stun Mythos versus TA Fury.
back from our short break as they were having to fix Karthus or something. I don't know, but a little bit of a longer delay here. It is 1-0 for Stun Mythos in our best of five of the play-in stage, CCS, intermediate playoffs, band phase. Here we go. Game number two. The teams have swap sides, not swap sides. I don't really know what's happening here between game one and game two. Looks like they're on the same side of the rift for game two, meaning the losing team there, TA, did opt to choose on blue. But like you said, there were going to have to be some kind of adjustments made here, Seppti. And you're right. I think we start with the Tom Kench at least, and then maybe we go from there. Still priority on Jinx? Question mark.
No adjustments have been made so far for either teams. Gragas Rakan still taken off the board for stunned, and that Zaya as well. Thresh gonna be
Oh,
the
okay.
first pick, which I actually like this
Yeah.
game. Or I actually really like because Insanity was just far too powerful on that pick, and was able to put out so much pressure in that bot side. So for them to take it away is just gonna be really nice. Palace maybe gets to show off a little bit more on this Thresh. Wasn't really able to do too much on the Tom Kench before, but that does leave Jinx available for the
It
side of
does.
stunned if they want to take it away. Maybe we'll have a different pick to go alongside it, or
You
maybe
also
we'll
go
opt for it.
range, right? Like
You
there's lots
could,
of kind of pairings. Oh, but instead,
yeah.
really jungle.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe they go for a jungle pick as well.
Yeah.
Maybe try and break the mold from that previous game one. Because last time, remember, they did go for that bot lane full pick there in the Varus and the Thresh. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to the Varus. I think it's just such a powerful pick for them. Obviously, Neptune is really comfortable on that pick. But for the time being, we will just have to wait and see as Kaisa is going to be the hover
Ooh.
and the lock, which suggests to me that they might be going for something like a Nautilus or an Alistar, which was
Yeah.
recently buffed on this third pick.
Again, I feel like Alistar keeps getting buffs and buffs and buffs. The other support champ that I don't be surprised if we see it, but Melio at least is enabled in playoffs. Like maybe we get something like that. But you're right. Opting it for Senji's Wukong here in the pick, still a very strong blindable champion. We've seen as a great counter pick into the reemergence of Maokai in professional play, and
Speaking
I'm actually
of,
kind of surprised to see them picking the Maokai here. Like that seems kind of strange because basically just clone backwards and then you kind of cut off all of it if everyone just lines up behind Maokai. But we'll see what Nuffy's can do in the second game here on that big tree.
yeah, just to note again, Nuffy's and Nubly are going to be staying in their respective spots, at least for now. Nubly on that top side and Nuffy's in the jungle. But yeah, I mean, Maokai, I definitely have at least been a fan of the pick as of late. Definitely is still very strong. Jinx going to be the takeaway. No, it is not. It's going to
Oh,
be the Varus pivot, which I actually like, right? Because yes, you're going to have that Wukong clone be able to stand in front of the Maokai ulti, but you have so much lockdown with those three picks for TA Fury that realistically,
cool.
I- okay, sounds good to me. Blitzcrank gonna be the lock-in is definitely interesting. Into
Yeah.
those three, I don't really know how I feel about it. I think it could be very good. Blitzcrank is the low elo smasher, as it were. Um, so to take it away is gonna be really interesting when
What are you trying to say
TA
about
have
TA Fury here, Septi? If they're
uh,
locking the Blitzcrank.
nothing. I'm just saying that this is plat diamond. This is high plat low
this,
diamond,
this,
man.
this is low elo smashing time.
It's low elo smashing time. I mean, Insanity was going absolutely crazy in that last game on the Thresh. Maybe it's starting to feel themselves with these hooks going into game number two. And honestly, Stunned is taking away some champions that are fairly high skill. I'm really curious as to think what they might be trying to go for in this mid lane. Kassadin ban makes me think Vigar, but Yasuo ban makes me think not Syndra, but I guess that would be the lock in anyway.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams feel like they're just kind of pivoting drafts from what we saw game one. Game one, it was easy picking up that Syndra and his counter with the Aurelion Soul. We also saw the bot lane from Stun Mythos actually playing the Varus and the Thresh. And now TA said that looked pretty good for you guys, so maybe we'll jump over it. And it really was easy. The only player on the side of TA Fury to get a lead individually early on, and that's what they chose here. Cassiopeia's a lock-in, trying to stop a little bit of engage, but this is just another immobile walking around lady to maybe be hooked by Blitzcrank. Not quite sure about how that matchup goes. Feels like maybe a little bit of outrange potential too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really personally like Cassio into Blitzcrank. I feel like you already have, one super immobile hyper carry in that Varus. The fact that you're picking another one is just going to be so dangerous.
Ooh,
Maybe
there-
not
there's
as
the front
dangerous
line.
if you have an absolute beef tank in that Scion.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. We saw game number one, Nubly with the Malphite, now opting to the Scion. Feels like maybe this is a player that's a little bit on tank duty here, but that does open up the top laner sitting and winning to whatever they may want. And it is going to be actually a Shen here. So that gives them a little bit of option to just join on top of Neptune. That was a player who had a great game in game one and actually deny maybe some of this primary engage. We'll kind of see what that Stand United can do here in the second match.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally not the pickup that I'd imagine um,
No.
that SM would go for. I mean, just purely considering the fact, you know, that Sinning is generally more of a top lane smasher. We saw that Mordekaiser pick last time. We also saw, throughout the entire regular season that they generally like to pick things, more along the lines of like the Camille, the Ornn, the
Mhm.
GP, to sort of just be those, consistent late game insurance picks for the side of Sun Mythos. And when you have such an early game composition, with the Kaisa, with the Wukong, and with the Syndra, I feel like you really need something in this team to get you, across the finish line if, the first 10, 15 minutes don't quite go in game winning fashion, right? Because now
Yeah.
at this point, you have a Shen that, yes, can match the Scion later on into this game, and yes, can maybe win the lane. I'm not exactly sure how that matchup goes. I just haven't seen enough of it. I know some people say that the Shen wins, some people say that the Scion wins, because that Shen has maximum health damage on that Q and on grasp. But realistically, I mean, I think it's going to be on Stun to really, really execute well in this game to make up for the value that they sort of lack in consistency.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And where I see Stun wanting to win this game is through their bot lane, like they did in game number one. I mean, collectively died twice compared to TA Fury's 11 deaths throughout that game. And a pick like Blitzcrank kind of signals to me that that is really what they're going for, is to say, we can pick something that supports our bot lane. We can pick a very aggressive champion that we think we can execute on, having Insanity pick the Blitz. So yeah, that's really telling me here, Seppti, that they're just gonna try to win through bot again this game.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? At this point, you have Syndra, yes, who is decently scaling in this game, but Kaisa really is going to be what can cut through the likes of the Maokai and the Scion. Um, I guess sort of that's not true. You have Wukong and Kaisa. Those are going to be the 2 points for you to really be able to get this victory for yourselves. Wukong going to be building that Divine Sunder as well as the Cleaver in this game. And so, I mean, if you're able to get someone like Senji rolling again in this game, the same way that they did in that game one, I could really see Stun, pulling out an early 2-0 lead and take us to a very quick match point. Because again, TA, looking at their composition, is going to take a long time to come online in this game. The Varus and the Cassio, known for being extremely scaling picks. Um, so long as Varus, goes for the on-hit build, which I believe is sort of necessary in this game, I think it'll be very hard to kill someone like a Wukong, like a Blitzcrank, and like a Shen if you don't have that consistent damage. But maybe, just maybe,
Maybe.
Wizard might actually pivot to something like a poke build, because they have that damage coming out from easy in that mid lane. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I I really want to see what we get in this game number two. So,
Yeah,
any
it's a
final
little bit of a
thoughts before
shakeup.
we head in?
It's a little bit of a shakeup from game one, some similar champs, but maybe some different identities for both these teams. As you mentioned, it is early in the series, and so anything can still happen. Final champs are getting locked in now on the Rift, though. So game two's coming up around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, and with the champs being locked in and us moving towards this second game of a potential 5 in this play-in series, we are going to go towards a short break. So make sure to get your bets in. Sass did a great job of putting up the prediction for this game. So we will see which team, can take this dub in game number 2. Will TA Fury be able to pick up a win in this series, or will Stun Mythos take us to match point? We'll be right back.
game number 2, and we are on to the rift for the series this evening between TA Fury, and they are down 1-0, going against Stun Mythos. Up a kill, and look at this, trying to up a flash now. I guess trading flashes. Early level 1 here, a little bit of a different draft. Insanity already trying to be pretty insane there. Gets an early flash out.
Welcome to America Easy. Insanity has just shown you the greatest courtesy by trading flash with you there, but being immediately going onto that ward means that Senji is not going to get much value out of their initial placed ward. But ultimately now, with Easy not having any flash, it's going to be a little bit dangerous for that Cassio in the mid lane. Granted, Senji on that Wukong doesn't have too much setup for the gank themselves. So realistically, probably has to be more afraid of Insanity coming for a regank later on into this game. But moving towards the first buff spawns for either team, they're gonna start their respective red buffs. It looks like, which means that Nuffies is gonna be trying to play, I believe, for their top side, which is a little bit interesting to me. Purely because you need to be, shutting down Neptune, I believe, and getting Wizard rather as much of a lead as you can in this game. But they're the ones playing in this series, not me. So maybe Nuffies has a plan for themselves. Maybe we'll try and even up the flashes in mid.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was wondering about that mid lane hover maybe as well. There's a potential where we just see Nuffies wanting to play a little bit more intentionally around the mid lane with Easy not having flash. Could become a easy target for the jungler of Senji to be able to gank. So maybe there's just a little bit more pressure, gets a full clear in. Maokai does have some pretty awesome ganking potential. Neptune, I think, very wisely has chosen to take cleanse in this matchup. We were faulting Wizard for it in match 1, but I think for Neptune that is the right choice as we see some of these other things like the Chain of Corruption, even like just, the root there. But look at this, level 1, some heavy trading in the bot lane. Level 2 is going to be hit first from Insanity. Might be trying to hit the hook, but it is going to go a little bit wide.
Yeah, I mean, they were stacked up on top of each other. A little bit disappointing that Insanity is not able to make that count. But this is the other option that Nuffies can have and on that Maokai when starting Raptors, is you can just full clear down towards his bot side and look to potentially punish again. Insanity doesn't have flash, and so if Nuffies is willing to use that flash route onto the Blitzcrank, could potentially spell first blood for the side of TA, but Insanity is playing this just the way that they need to.
They want it though. At least looking like it might be on Neptune. The flash forward is going to be dodged out. Flash committed from Nuffies as well. Ignite goes down. A couple autos will do it. First blood onto the person you want it to be on. Wizard claims 400 gold for their troubles. 2 flashes committed, but ultimately that was the play we wanted to see. Some creative pathing out of Nuffies gets them an early first blood.
Yeah, and the fact that Senji is already on the spot side means that Nuffies is not going to lose anything in trade on the top side. Only thing maybe will be a little bit tempo later on in this game, but ultimately is absolutely worth the price of first blood, as Nubly is going to be forced to use that ghost on the top side, as Sinning is actually taking a whole bunch of damage from that Scion. And interesting to note, rather, on that top side, is Sinning does have the Conqueror, so is expecting to take a whole lot of fights in the top side for a very long period of time. But again, credit to Palace, tried to go for the hook onto Neptune, who I think was maybe a little bit scared, using the flash instead of trusting their cleanse. But Easy, no flash. Good stun up.
Stun as well. Senji in the area. The Hex flash comes out of Blitzcrank. The hook goes wide. I think we're 0 for 3, 0 for 4 maybe. Not quite the insane performance we saw from this player in game number 1. But again, some pressure delivered is great to see. As you mentioned, Nuffies happy to just go back to clearing, taking that Scuttle Crab to match. And, we'll still take that. Gratefully, that first gank did not land, so TA Fury still feeling like a pretty good early game for them so far in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you wish you would have had maybe a little bit more of an advantage on the bot side. But, you're going to back. You're going to get 2 long swords, and you have a 2-level lead on the top side for the side of Stunned. And actually, Sinning is in a whole lot of trouble now, but Nubly, with the fact that has not been able to thin that wave, should just be forced to collect the CS themselves. And now Nubly, or rather, sorry, Nuffies.
For Nubly, right? In that wave, you can kind of just hang out there as long as you can stop it from crashing.
It looks like it, yeah. I mean, it is a very large wave to hold. Granted, Nubly does have the shield available to them if they decide to use it, as Neptune has no flash.
Alice wants to try to grab a kill here. The hook, was so close, almost red. Palace just slightly off here, but already finding some great angles on this pick. The Tom Kench maybe not so much the right choice, but here we saw the priority in the draft as a B1 pickup for this player, and Palace already given a lot of pressure to Neptune.
I mean, credit to Neptune, right? Doing a good job being able to dodge out from that death sentence there. Sitting is going to take a whole lot of damage from these minions in trade. And Nubly really is going to get a very nice trade in return. Does not have a whole lot of mana, but is playing the long game in that top side with the cull picked up on Scion. And now, Navis is back in the lane.
Mhm.
Hex Flash channeling on Palace.
Oh, but
Means
his
that,
spot is on the ward. And
means
Nuffies
that
will be too. So this play shouldn't create anything unless you see Senji just sprint it down here, but looks like they will not be.
Well, take a look at the junglers, right? Nuffies has not been able to get it back in, whereas Senji is on the map now with a Sheen and with a longsword to their name. You know, granted, Sheen, more of a situational benefit to have, right? You don't get the constant damage on every ability with that item, which is why, actually, we see a lot of pros, when they play this champion, go for a Caulfield's Warhammer into Kindle Gym as their first rushes, just because Sheen, yes, you get that one burst of damage, but it is not consistent in a fight when you have something like the Cyclone that you really want to be getting maximum value from. And now Senji, with their item advantage, is going to try and push Nuffies off this first dragon, which again is very good for the side of TA should they be able to pick it up. But Palace maybe caught a little bit forward here. It's going to throw the hook at
Oh, they did
Senji.
get
Doesn't hit the
Senji.
clone.
No, okay. They really wanted to get on that. I think Senji did a great job, but now hooked back themselves. Palace in trouble is ignited. A couple hours will do it. Senji forced a flash as well. The Lantern not in a great position. The other three members are down here and might want to take another fight. Dragon had to be stopped, but it's not going to mean too much more.
And I think that's wise of Stun to pull away from that. But, I mean, they might not be wise enough because they are going to start tanking this dragon, which will allow Palace enough time to come back to this fight. And Easy on the backside could potentially look to do a whole lot here. Senji is only a few autos, or E's rather, away from going down his hook lands onto Nuffies, but a whole lot of damage comes through.
But look at that. Oh, now here comes the top laner as well to try to join. Easy flashes forward. A couple more kills will do it. That was easy. Now Neptune forced to run, but falls themselves. Palace flashes back forward. Wants to try to get a kill. Wizward gonna snipe another for themselves. 2 kills over. The kills are tied up. The gold advantage still gonna be TA Furies, and maybe this first dragon will be 2.
Yeah, I mean, the gold one exactly where you wanted it, right? You got a kill onto Easy in that fight and a kill onto Wizward. And so while, you know, you go even on those trades and Nuffies is finally forced to back in this game, the gold is where you want it to be. And now Wizward is going to have a fairly nice gold advantage against the Kaisa in this lane, already sitting at 700 gold in the favor of this Varus. And this play might not be over yet, as the dragon is still on vision and Senji is back.
Yeah, and it should feel like, you know, they'll be okay here. Not gonna die, but oh no, Guma Yushi today.
Yeah, that got nerfed more than the Jinx Rockets, so happy to see that. A little bit unfortunate, actually, that Easy didn't walk down to try and help that. Granted, was in need of a crash for their wave, and so the bot side of Wizard and Palace just not quite able to do that dragon fast enough. And I think Navi's just dinged 5 there off of that red buff, which means that they're not going to have access to the twisted, or not rather, to the Nature's Grasp for a little bit of a time. But I do expect them to make a return towards that bot side where flashes are blown from basically everyone on the map for the side of Sun Mythos. And Wizward will also be 6 in just a short amount of time. So realistically, this bot lane is going to get spicy sooner rather than later.
And now they have to decide around the Rift Herald first, right? Because if you're committing to send 3 or 4 members bot lane, that likely means that it's going to be traded for the Rift Herald. So instead, Nuffies just says, let's just jump into the Rift Herald pit right away. They aren't going to try to start it up just quite yet. Nuffies trying to get some vision. Didn't know if it was on vision. So this is the point where I think if either jungler shows bot side, then the other team can start up the Herald pretty freely here. And it looks like Senji's doing a pretty good job of not showing up quite yet, but you're right, bot lane seems to be the focus, but I think people are a little bit scared about giving up this Rift Herald objective, because that could be some great gold influx as well.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, right, Wizward and Neptune need as much gold as possible in this early game to get themselves rolling. If you're able to get a Herald onto Tier Owl or onto Easy as well, could be very good for you. For the time being, nothing's really going to happen for now, as Nubly does have an item advantage in that top side, and it is clearly visible in the CS lists there, right? 20 CS in favor of Nubly on that top side. Sinning again, not collecting this wave just yet. We see a potential scuffle in that topside jungle as Nuffies rather, is going to try and take a look at Senji's red.
Yeah, now Nubly going to be the first one to this play. It looks like the sapling is not going to be able to do enough. And Senji saying, I got to get out of dodge here. Looks like the blue buff might be picked up. They are on a ward. Sinning is going to be here as well. Smite is available, but stolen away. Senji picks that up. The Smite Nuffies did not have. Senji happened to take that, said, hey, thanks for the leash. But
How
now
did he
Nuffies
have?
might not be
How did?
done.
Yeah, how did he have vision on that?
Unsure. Vision bug, maybe? I feel like maybe a little bit of those 4 seconds after the pink ward dies. They did change that recently. But now it looks like Nuffies wanted that revenge, but might cost their life for it. Flashes out. But now here you go. You got the rest of the team around. One more auto will do it. Pushed away. Doesn't do enough. Petrifying Gaze is just going to be looked at while the team just backs off. Nuffies, I think, was a little bit mad after getting that red buff stolen, so wanted some revenge, but cost them their life.
I would have been too if a jungler from the enemy team was able to smite with no vision. That's a little bit broken because the Nuppies we saw be very confused walking back through that bush with the sweeper, imagining that there was a ward that they just didn't see because I guess 4 seconds is a lot longer than I thought.
He's going to grab it, but no ultimate available for the Cassiopeia. The Ignite is going to be used, so they think they have the damage for it. A couple more autos will do it, but the Stand United will unite the rest of the team, and now they're looking for to gauge up. Flash, taunt, forward. Here's going to be another hook landed. Tier Owl falls first, and now they're going to be on to the top laner. Cine is going to go low here, and it looks like it is the support is just watching. Blitzcrank might be in a little bit of trouble. Can Palace land another hook? Does not get it. But 2 kills are going to go over to TA Fury. Looking strong in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, very nicely set up by the Palace there, being able to find the hook onto Tier Out not once but twice. And when it looked scary with the Stand United coming in from Sinning, I mean, just very nicely played and kited out from Easy and Palace to really make that Shen, or to really rather punish that Shen for flashing the way that they did at the start of that fight. Not really needing to land that taunt right away, but as a result, you know, just getting a very nice 2 for 0 for the side of TA Fury, going 1 for 1, or going for 1 and 1 onto Nuffies and Easy. And now, I mean, we're going to see this game start to show, or we're going to see rather these teams start to be finishing their mythic items. Just looking in the mid lane and the jungle for either side, it looks like Tier is also going to be going for that Leandries that Easy went for last game. I don't really know how I feel about that item. Yes, you know, you are having some beefy members on the side of TA, but I think as Syndra, you're not really going to be targeting those you know, tanks.
Yeah.
But I guess at the same time, you don't really have anything else to go for in this game. Either
Yeah, it's a little
way.
bit harder to go in the backline there. I feel that too, but you're right. Those mythic items, they do mean a lot here as we look at the dragon just counting on down. Senji hovering in the area might want to try to get a kill first. Easy might be in a little bit of trouble. Has to flash out. Petrifying Gaze is not going to land. Nuffy's in the area and does have the Nature's Grasp available, but is going to opt to just hold on to that and rotate in the mid lane. But here's that Rift Herald that was taken. I'm going to try to just walk this in, get a couple of plates before they fall in about 45 seconds. Dragon still untouched, but now here comes Palace. Palace can be the first support to get to the mid lane and make it a 3v2 for their team. The hook's going to land. Here comes the Lantern. Can they get onto Senji? He's going to be slowed by the box. One more auto will do it. Is rooted. Is flashed away. Palace forced to follow with a flash of their own. Scatter the Week's going to get a stun. But ultimately another kill. A great rotate from Palace. Now here comes the bot lane of the other squad going to join up here. And Stone Mythos says, we don't want to quite give this dragon over, but looks like it is going to be started up from TA Fury.
Yeah, I don't think they really have a choice here. They have to give over that Mountain Dragon, which is not really the end of the world. One Mountain Dragon is not going to spell defeat for your entire team. It is going to be very nice for TA to pick up that. Oh, Palace, no flash available.
Oh, just gets hooked over the wall and cleaned up from Neptune. Their second kill of this game. Sinning and Nubly just trading back and forth topside. Dragon is going to be claimed here, and Nubly now in some trouble. Seems like sitting and winning is in fact doing just that in the top lane. That Conqueror getting all stacked up and smacking away there. Nubly forced to reset.
Yeah, I mean, Nubly was able now to finish their Cole on the top side. Should be able to finish what will, I believe, be that Heartsteel when they finish that base. But, I mean, showing the value of that Conqueror on the top side. Sinning doing a nice job on that Shen. Should also be finishing their own Heartsteel fairly quickly in this lane. But TP coming out from Nubly means that this wave is going to get held, and sitting early is going to be forced to not get punished because
Yeah.
Nubly pushed it right back.
And I don't like Nubly did also commit the teleport there. Like I think if you're the Scion, you can just use your unstoppable onslaught instead to get back to lane and then hold the teleport. Maybe you thought there was a little bit of a shorter timer there. It does seem strange though when your teleport is such a long cooldown and unstoppable onslaught is less than 2 minutes. Like you don't just commit that first, but it does mean they're going to get a little bit of prio on the top side and actually take this first tower with that Destroyer rune. What's that called? The Conqueror? Demolish? Demolish! That's what it's called. And just wants to let the minions die before just smacking it for the last time. 450 gold in their pocket. And, I mean, Nibli in a happy spot.
Yeah,
2,000 gold individually. Holy smokes.
I mean, this Scion is feeling real nice, and the top side is up 40 CS, is just trading a little bit. I mean, Shinning at this point is doing nothing but stacking the Heartsteel for Nubly. Not really going to make too much stick onto that Scion. But realistically, I kind of want to refocus on the rest of the map, just sort of see what is what. Mythic's coming out for almost every key member for both teams. The only thing is that Neptune, has been delayed a little bit from completing that just because they wanted their early Q upgrade with that Dirk purchase. But now, I mean, we're just going to be in a bit of a quiet state unless someone steps out of position before this next dragon. And
Yeah, or the
Nubly is
Herald
just...
potentially. I feel like when your
potentially.
Nubly's so strong, maybe you just try to play to the top side. Like about 50 seconds there. But you're right, a little bit of a holding pattern, as you said, these mythics being completed. And you talked about it on Senji, that core build of the Divine Sunderer plus the Black Cleaver is kind of really what you want to be seeing.
Yeah, I mean, once this Wukong is able to collect those two items, should be incredibly strong in this
Oh,
game.
but
Is flash forward from
forward.
Nubly,
Here's the root. Here's the stun. One auto is going to fall. Great force from Nuffies, and they might be wanting a little bit more. They have not had a Nuffy yet. Taunt here now onto Nubly, and sitting and winning is going to stay up here. Senji now has matched up here, cannot be disabled. The Unstoppable Onslaught will get them knocked up and buy enough time to skate on over the wall. Palace lands the hook, but doesn't want to go in just quite yet. We see Wizard still in the mid lane, but now the hook comes on to Nuffies. He's had enough. He is going to die themselves. Wizard still smacking tower in the mid lane instead of rotating to the team fight there. So, yeah, good job. You got half a tower. Hook now is going to land on Sinning, but flash forward now from Senji. They want even more. Palace dies too. Wizard full health, did not do any damage there. But he got half a tower, so that's going to be a win over to the Stun Mythos side.
Yeah, I mean, that is not at all what you want if you're TA Fury. You've done such a great job being really consistent in this game, not really finding too much of a deficit with your scaling comp. And to now, all of a sudden, be chained in to against Wizard is definitely going to...
forward the shutdown. Yeah. I would echo that statement. This is probably not what TA Fury wants.
That's putting it lightly. They were doing such a great job, playing around their scaling components, playing around Nuffies, just being that facilitator. That, to now be just chain dying and chain giving over kills to people who, really don't need extra kills. I mean, granted, I believe 2 or 3 of those went over to Sinning in that play. Maybe actually all of the kills went over to Sinning in that play. It's not the end of the world, really. He's going to pick up an extra completed item and maybe close that gap to Nubly just a little bit. But either way, you're giving up, pressure. You're giving up tempo that you had on the map and in the game to the point where, right, now you're behind. Now you don't have as much pressure and the back timings that you want to set up this dragon. As Nuffies, you really do not need to be trading too much for that one wolf camp, but we'll walk it out without being punished whatsoever. But now we're gonna see TA try and set up in this river.
But they definitely did need that wolf camp. If you just notice, Nuffies is just getting the primal smite. That was actually the last
Fair enough.
for 1200 smite. So they do want it, and maybe another pick to go with it. Nubly taking down Senji here, and they want to get a little bit more. Easy flashing forward. Palace goes too. They're trying to get it to Tier. Ow, that enhanced blast cone. The flash picks it up. Palace lands the hook that matters, and now it is going to be Insanity. Going to be rooted up. Going to be smacked on down themselves over the wall. The big on axe is going to do a little bit more. Palace is not done quite yet, but 2 kills, all 5 members alive, and now the dragon is going to be the next objective they are looking for here. That was a great pick on what they needed, and then Palace landed a nasty hook to continue and pull the flash.
When was the last time Palace missed a hook?
Yeah.
On screen, at least.
I haven't even seen him.
I have not seen him miss. Palace confirmed 100% hit rate on this Thresh. Anyway, doing a nice job being able to find a pick. I think that was really disrespectful from Senji to walk up to that bush with no
Yeah.
support.
Oh,
Um, as a result, just completely giving up all pressure that they had. I mean, and if you look at it, I mean, we didn't have it, toggled on stream, but if you looked at the vision, there was absolutely none for the side of Stun
nothing.
Mythos on the top side of that river. And even on the top side, or even on that part of their jungle, right? Neptune was completely cut off, was forced to walk the extreme safe way around by the blue buff, and was not anywhere near being able to help their jungler there. As we see Senji on that top side, Nubly will not go down without a fight, even if Senji is here. Um, and I don't really know what's going to happen here. I really don't like them using the Herald for this. I would have much preferred them to use it on a more advantage play if they're able to find one. Um, but I guess this is, what they want to be using it. Senji would like their super back, and maybe they could knock down this tower. Will not do so, actually, as top tower lives with very little HP.
Oh,
Wizard, you are too far
NG
forward.
onto Wizward, and just a jump on forward here from Neptune is going to pick up the kill for themselves. Too far forward, no team around. Alice was continuing to hover around Nubly here, just did not even come down to the team. We're going to get on to Sinning. They do have members here, a deep teleport to try to join. Tyr will be here in just a moment. Silence and hooked in, and now the last bit of health is going to be taken from Palace. Another kill over to them. That's a fight that they wanted to take, but does not go their way. Baron is on the map 21 minutes into this game. Nuffy's tries to get a little bit of vision. The hook goes wide. But with Wizward dead and Palace dead for another 10 themselves, they can keep on going. They will do just that. Nuffy's going to be the next target and will have to flash to safety. Easy now joining the fight, but took so long to get here. Baron going to be started now. Nuffy's still alive, still in the area, but no flash, and they have no vision. Just like we talked about, the vision denial being so important for TA. Now it is Stun Mythos who has the setup, has the vision, and just now they know, but under 2,000 health, the Baron is going to get claimed from the red team, and Stun Mythos takes this and now tries to run.
I really hope Nubly fat-fingered that unstoppable onslaught.
They did get one already and want to chase even more. Sinning is going to get slowed up here from the sapling, and now Nuffy just needs to get in range. Twisted Advance does land the flash. Nubly picks it up, but shut down into Nuffy's pocket. Alice goes under tower. Now let's keep on going. Easy flashes forward. They want to get even more stunned. Dead. Now Senji next target. Palace. He does not miss. 5 players still going to be, but now Senji going in wants to take the fight for themselves. 1 kill, picked up another pocket. Now the other 4 members are forced to run away. Senji does not want to stop and keeps on going. Second Cyclone, Neptune ulting forward, but falls just the same. Senji now in the gray screen, and Neptune flashing away. 4 members on the chase. TA Fury takes their Baron buff right on off of all 5 members. TA Fury is still in this fight, and Easy goes on a rampage.
What are we flashing for, Neptune? You're absolutely dead in that instance, and like it's just a complete overstep from Senji and from Neptune. You were able to get 1 kill onto Nuffy's, which is nice, and maybe a consolation for the fact that you lost a member or 3 there. But realistically, right, you have something much more important to keep protected. Yes, the top tower, was under threat from the side of TA, but you had the Baron buff available on both your jungler and your AD carry, which meant that you could realistically be pushing 2 lanes with that Baron buff, and now you've given over that lead to the point where I believe that was a negative Baron buff power play for the side of Stunned in that instance. And Palace, again, just not able to miss hooks in this game so far. But realistically, I mean, for the last, 5-6 minutes, this game has sort of been just a series of throws from either team.
Yeah, it's devolved. It's devolved here, Seppti.
It has.
You can say it. It's to become pretty messy.
It seems as though teams have kind of forgotten the steps to winning games, and which is to be expected, right? In a 5-game series, right? We're not all professional players, right? We don't train for hours on end to play these, long drawn out series. But to see it so soon means that which means that the later we get into the series, I think the more chaotic it'll be.
Oh, but look at this
once again
playing from Nuffy's, and they get onto the carry. Here comes the Stand United trying to keep them alive. The 5 members are all grouped up from TA Fury, and no one has died quite yet. It will be Senji, the first to fall. Palace close behind, but Wizward and Easy untouched. Forcing flashes away. Nubly leading the charge for the rest of the team. A great scout of the week on the 4 members will let Tyr escape. And now we have the rest of the members needing to reset. We have Insanity trying to get to the blast cone, trying to live, but turns around and now is going to smack that blast cone out of here. They got the kills. They found the fight, and they're going to find this inner tower. as well as the Dragon's hitting the Rift as well.
You know what we're missing on the side of Sun Mythos right now?
What's that?
We're missing late game insurance.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, who's you were saying you needed someone to bridge you a late game, and then we saw the Shen as a 5th pick, and we thought, I don't know if that's the case, but maybe this is their late game insurance. Is a teleport now coming out from sitting, and Tier going to match it as well. The Baron is going low, under 1,000 health, sitting and winning, going in. They want to take the fight. Thought it might have been a little bit of an overextension. 4 members now, 5 when Senji joins the parties here too. Nuffy's hooked on back, Silence on up, airborne and taken down. Neptune picks up that kill. 2 members fall, committed the double teleport. The other 3 will live. Yeah, that's a nice little pickup now. Senji's going to be behind, but the other members are not in the area just quite yet. Senji is going to get hooked up now. Not knocked up. Senji wants to keep on skirmishing, hit that 2-item power spike here. But with those 2 kills, it means that we see Stun Mythos able to push in the mid lane with this wave.
Let's talk about this realistically, right? The tempo of this game has definitely been in favor of TA Fury so far. Hook lands onto Nubly though.
Yeah, Nubly's going to just fall right away. Easy as untouched. If they can stay, they can dish out the damage, but they are going to have to run back. Look at Nubly in that death body, just still doing so much damage. Senji in the front line now. Another hook on the Palace. They want to keep going, but I don't think you got the firepower to do it. That's going to be Inspired just dropping there as well. Insanity not going to be insane in this one. A double kill over to Wizward. Nuffy finds more and flashes forward. The hook from Palace lands as well. And now Nuffy's forced to run away as their health bar falls. But Wizward is healthy. Easy is healthy. Palace has a flash. We know that this guy does not miss. If he can get in range, he will be landing that hook for sure. Is just going to force Senji to run away. And like you were talking about with this tempo, it is back and forth the whole time, Seppti.
Yeah, I mean, TA Fury definitely come back, finding a very nice pick onto the overextended members of Stunned, who got a little bit overconfident. But I want to say something about this game right now, right? We're only within maybe 2,000 gold of either team here. And it's at the point where realistically both teams, I think, have the damage within themselves and have the potential to ace one another, right? It's going to be definitely a lot harder, I believe, for Stun to try and do so. But they definitely do have the capability, you know, with this Wukong, as fed as he is, to ace the side of TA. And if that were to happen at an inopportune moment that I thought might actually be setting up to happen just there on that inhib, we could realistically be seeing a potential victory come out from Stunned in this game if they find the right fight.
You're absolutely right. Now, as the time clock keeps ticking, the death timers get longer and longer.
Oh boy.
And
we're speaking of timers.
Hopefully the pauses get shorter and shorter, though, Seppti.
Yeah, not quite sure what the issue is. I believe Nuffy's has ordered food.
Yeah, I'm getting a Mickey Mouse McDonald's League, it sounds like a little bit. Hashtag sponsored. Hey, Flake, can you get on that? Maybe
Llama, I want you to pause and listen real quick. What do you hear in your ears?
I don't hear anything. I have terrible game sound.
You don't? Okay, maybe your sound settings are a little bit different than mine. I am hearing the racing of the Blitzcrank in the background.
Oh no! Oh,
I am hearing car noises.
Is that at least a good Blitzcrank skin?
I'm hearing car noises. I don't know if it's a good or bad Blitzcrank skin. But I mean, what I do know though,
he was also hearing car noises because their DoorDash just arrived.
What I do know is that, you know, this game is certainly interesting. And I guess I like the answers that TA have come up with in this game, right? I think it definitely could have been maybe a little bit different. I think you could have picked a little bit more early game, but Nuffy's, you know, credit to him, did a great job, you know, finding the leads, finding the ability to get picks in that early game onto the bot side. I don't think this pause will be too much longer. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Nuffy's lives in an apartment building and has to go downstairs. But I mean, again, this Maokai has been showing its value so far. Finished 2 items now, is going to be building as well that Abyssal Mask to buff up the Cassio damage, who has opted for the what I'm going to call the tank Cassio build, just because she's sitting on so much health. Currently 3,500 on the Cassio, which is the second most in the game. Yeah, Cassio's sitting on the second most health in the game besides the Scion.
Maokai. Like, that's insane.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, this Cassio will not be dying in fights unless they're the first person hooked. But realistically, as the ready checks come out, what I want to see as this game progresses is maybe these teams have used this pause as a bit of a mental reset. Because we've been seeing a bunch of sloppiness from both teams in terms of just face checking places where you're not allowed to without your team around you. Because I think both teams have been guilty of it, where they walk in, they just get instantly hooked or instantly hit with some form of
Yeah.
CC and then die and give up whatever advantage was created for themselves. Um,
And
but
tempo too,
realistically,
right?
right?
Because
Yeah,
like you're
exactly.
talking about how
Right.
back and forth it is. Like a team gets an advantage, they get a pick, and then they overstay, then the team responds. And I mean, part of it I think is the volatility of some of these champions, like you were talking about. I mean, Blitzcrank and Thresh, if we're talking about getting hooked and getting picked out, those are huge. But we've also seen Nuffies do it by landing one of those twisted advances. You can kind of just sit on somebody, and if their team's not around, you can get picks that way too. So yeah, the volatility I do want to blame partially on some of the champions that were drafted in this game, but you're right. Just understanding the tempo, understanding this team fighting, like that's really what needs to happen here. Because yeah, I mean it's still kind of a little bit of a burger flip.
Yeah, I mean, and just as we're potentially setting up this Baron,
Oh, you see,
I
yep,
oh hook, there it is.
yeah, that's oh, it uses the flash as well. That's not what you
Oh
want to see here.
no.
Yeah, and now Nibley tries to save their carry, but it was too late. Unstoppable onslaught does run into them here, but just like we were talking about, one hook is all it takes, and
But
yeah, now they want even more. What a
This is the
terrible
position.
position.
This is
This
the
is not where
game-ending
you want to be
position.
fighting. No, but easy. Look at the damage they're dishing out. They do get the flash, and now going into the stopwatch as well. But 4 members on top of them here. Easy does have all of the health, but not anymore. Another couple of members going to die. Palace just standing there with the lantern, but it's not going to be picked up from Nubly. Standing in front of all 5 members. We're talking about late game insurance. Another lantern goes down. And look at that. Tyr is going to take down Nubly, and for some reason Palace decided to stay and give them one more. Is going to be able to pick up Insanity there on one side, but Palace falls a double kill to Tyr, and the Baron now looking like he's going to be the prize for Stun Mythos.
Yeah, with Leandri's on tier out, it should be fairly free to pick up. Wukong as well does surprisingly good damage to a Baron. But that's exactly what I wanted to talk about, right? This is the exact situation where a team like TA, despite their advantage, despite their compositional differences, can, fall behind and potentially even lose a game. Because now, right, Stun Mythos have a Baron that they are not throwing, that they are not immediately giving away. And with 50 seconds left on what would be the soul for the side of TA, we could potentially see, another advantage fight for the side of Stunned if they're able to use this Baron properly.
You're absolutely right. And as you said, this dragon timer ticking down till the spawn, I expect that to be given up from TA. Like you said, they are on the soul, so maybe Nuffies wants something. But you're right, this is so hard. Nuffies is 1v5 right now. No one's even close in the area. But gratefully did not overextend too far. I mean, yeah, they have to use this Baron properly. Like you said, the first step is going to be able to pick up the dragon. I don't think TA Fury wants to fight here.
I mean, they definitely don't. But they do have Nubly, who they have 2 components which are both great, and especially with that hook going down, they are really going to be able to step into this river now, right? No hook on Blitz means that they are not having to worry about it, but a very nice stun coming up from tier out means that they are dissuaded just a little bit. You have Nubly, who is going to be able to walk in.
Look at Senji. Here comes the fight. It is going to be onto the back line. 4 members going to be knocked up, grounded from Sinning, almost dead. But Senji doing so much damage. There comes the ultimate Tyr shuts down Wizward. The other 5 members still alive from Stun Mythos as well. The health bars are healthy. That unleashed power destroyed Wizward, and here comes the teleport back. Sinning was low health, but is coming back into the fight now.
Oh,
no,
Palace.
Oh, but Palace lands another great hook, but into the middle of the team goes Easy, and now here comes a shield pop, but the health bars are still too strong. 2 tanky boys still alive, and they might be able to have enough damage until Neptune. We talked about the late game insurance, and Neptune does not have it. Double kill, it's Nubly. They've stopped the dragon. They still might be able to get the soul. Nubly smacking him on down, but Sinning is here. The Black Cleaver does its damage. The Divine Sunderer rings true. And it is now just going to be Nuffies in the area. No flash available, but does have the smite. That fight was close, and that was after Wizward got destroyed so early. If this Marksman is better positioning, they still have a chance to win it.
I mean, we just don't have anyone who's really able to cut down Nubly, right? There's not a single person. Yes, Senji, Tirao, and Neptune can eventually cut through that tank. But I was going to say, as we got towards the end of that fight, Nuffies is going for a play that's going to be really risky.
Yeah, it's really risky here, and if Wizward can stay untouched, he'll be dishing out a lot of damage. Does have the attack speed build available. Look at this. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption, too, but jumped over the wall. Easy as a teleport. This is the tempo we're talking about, Seppti. They have all 5 members on the board, and now if they can delay these backs and these resets, maybe there's a chance here. No teleport available from Sinning. Also doesn't have the Stand United, but no towers available. They did commit the teleport for this too, so they want to try to push the tempo right now.
Yeah, the later this goes, the more favorable it will be for the side of Sun Mythos, I believe, at least is my opinion.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
realistically, this
oh, we
Varus
have
and the Cassio,
Yeah,
Cassio and Varus have sort of reached, I think, the peak of what they're going to be able to do. Granted, Scion is going to be infinitely scaling in this game, with both the Heartsteel as well as their passive. And I actually want to check what have they stacked their Heartsteel up to? Is it
well,
is it really only
oh,
231? That doesn't seem right to me, but
no, well, 1222 from the Soul Furnace at least there. But if we take a look at the
yeah.
item, looks like max health gain 1231, so an extra 2400 health here.
Oh,
So I mean,
I'm just missing a one there that's cut off by
yeah,
the Sunfire. There it
that's
is.
just too big for a number. It looks like, but
It's a little
it's
too
completely
big for my
fine.
screen.
Like 6,500 health. Like again, like you said, there's not great people to deal with him over time. Yeah, Senji just had the Divine, but now Senji's flashing forward on the Wizard. The
Ooh.
follow from Neptune. Wizard forced to flash out too, but still might be dead. Flash from Easy just to try to save their carry, but it will not work. Easy doing so much damage, but Standing United will be the side of Stunned Mythos. Ultimate now coming through the Nature's Grasp. They're trying to play front to back. They need to play with Easy, but it is not enough. Now 2 more kills over to Tier, a double kill, and now Shen's going to get one themselves. Nubili with 7,000 health, but no team members around. An ace for the side of Stunned Mythos, and this might just be the Nexus.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the game. Look at the death timers. Whisper is only going to be up in 15 seconds, but until that happens, it'll then just be Nuffy's, 15 seconds after that. But this is what I talked about. This was the potential that Stunned Mythos had. They had the opportunity to make that play happen. A very, very poorly played fight from Wizard and Palace means that the Varus gets caught out before the fight has even begun and gets taken down. And so all that damage, all that goldie that you had built up on the bot side for TA Fury just gets completely unused. And now we're going to go into a game 3, and Stunned have so much of both a mental, a tempo advantage. They just have so much ability now to play out the series how they like. They have TA on the ropes, and I don't see a way back for TA, right? You definitely had, what looked like a winning draft, what looked like a winning mentality in that game with the way that you were playing. But now that's been ripped away from you. That has been torn away from you by the side of Stunned. And going into this game 3, I don't really think you change much, but I think the mentality that you have if you're TA is, oh my God, we had that game. We played it out exactly how we wanted to. It was in a great spot.
Yeah.
And we threw it.
And they did. And I, as much as it's a Wii game, this is a 5v5. I do have to fault Wizard here. Like, there were 3-4 plays maybe in a row. It was from the Blitzcrank hook that led into Baron, and then it was Seppti, or not Seppti, but that would be great too. But
Excuse you.
Senji getting the Wukong engage at the Dragon play. And then that last fight again, Senji just hunting down Wizard, did not let this attack speed Varus get the damage in the fights to carry the team. And when that's your primary damage dealer, doesn't matter how much health that Scion has, because all you got is that Cassiopeia. And Easy, again, another great performance in the mid lane, but it didn't mean anything here because you didn't have your second carry. And so you're right, there's a mental advantage now. I mean, after this 2-0, coming up into this best of 5, I mean, it means so much because, like you said, they had everything they needed early on in this game here, Seppti, and then kind of threw it away. Some bad positioning, some bad team fights, and ultimately another Nexus falls for TA Fury.
Yeah, and only one more left for Stunned to have to knock down. But we will see what happens in game 3. We're going to take a short break as these teams get a mental reset themselves, hopefully before this game 3. And we will see if Stunned are going to be able to close it out in 3, or if TA can fight back and force the reverse sweep.
It is game number 3 of this best of 5 here this evening between TA Fury and the team that's winning, Stun Mythos. I mean, they've had a couple great performances, seen some great champions coming out. That one was a little back and forth. They gave us some spice. I appreciate that. And now going into game 3, it is, can TA Fury hold on? Can they shake anything up enough to find some success, or are we going home early tonight?
Um, part of me wants to say I want to go home early because I'm tired, but the other half of me wants to see TA Fury reverse sweep,
Oh yeah,
purely for the sake of CCS enjoyment. Because I have heard that CCS is dying. With inside ears. So if we get a reverse sweep, maybe Flay will keep the league alive a little bit longer. Who knows? But
I've heard TSM's looking for a new org to join, so maybe
yeah,
we'll
true. I've heard we might become championship series TSM next split.
yeah. But hey,
Anyway,
I think they're replaying game 2 draft here, Septi. Is this the
yeah, what
right
is
draft
what
link
is
here we
this?
got?
Yeah, I mean, teams haven't swapped sides. The bands are the
Yeah,
same. The picks are the same. We're gonna see, right? I mean, Stunned clearly had the answers for TA in that last game, right? So if we see something again, like that Wukong, I would very much so like to see it. Maybe they thought the Maokai was a bit of a problem, and will take it away themselves, which honestly might be what I do. But no, Wukong will be the answer for Stunned. I really like this.
yeah,
Stick to what you know, stick to what worked. Um, I think I might take away the Varus here, though. If I
yeah.
were stunned, I think that Kaisa maybe did not quite do the job that you thought it was. I know Neptune, at least for sure, being the AD carry in that game, could tell that it was definitely not what they wanted in that situation. But Blitzcrank actually will be the lock-in, which is a little bit interesting. Maybe you want to see what ADC TA decide to pick for themselves and will respond accordingly. Or
Yeah.
maybe you have a blind pick on 3 that you might go for yourself.
And yeah, it could be a little bit of maybe a salty run back from both teams, at least for the TA side. As we talked about, like it wasn't draft that lost in that second game, right? Like it was other factors getting caught out, not team fighting together. So instead, here in game number 3, it is going to be Wizward locking the
Ooh.
Jinx, and Nuffies with the response is going to be a Viego for the jungle. This is a champion rise to popularity as some of the other ones been knocking down a little bit, and can be definitely a 1v9 kind of champ, but definitely need some setups of people to go in. But seeing the Jinx just means it's going to be a little bit of a free Varus angle, so they're going to take that for themselves, like you were thinking early on.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty standard. It's one of Neptune's more preferred champions in that bot side. But they are going to be banning away that Kassadin again, and the top side of TA decided to take away the Shen, which I mean I guess was
Yeah,
enough of an issue that you don't want to play against it. Being able to jump onto that Wukong, jump onto whatever target was in danger. And Stunned have decided to stick with these bans, despite
oh
maybe taking away what could have been the threats against it. But Syndra again will be the lock in. TA Fury giving Tier Owl another opportunity to show off just how good they are at this champion. And I want to remind you, right? We were getting two, three, four-man stuns coming out from that Syndra in that game. And in the last fight alone, right, Tier I was able to hit a monster stun onto 3, which secured them that game 2 victory. And
yeah.
I'm curious to see, does TA have an answer for it in this game, or will they just go back to the Casio?
We'll see if that is going to be the approach. I like something maybe a little bit more aggressive that pairs 2v2. Victor's not that, but I mean, EC's had honestly a good series, on the result of TA not having a great, game so far as a squad. I think Easy has been a character and a player that has been able to perform these last couple of games, having some good matchups, having good laning. Like you mentioned, Tier, I think also, I mean, it has really been some great all star mid laners here. We saw the Acel, like you mentioned, game 1, now into Syndra back to back games. And really Neptune's been finding like the right carries in these fights too. There's some great ones to be able to use that ultimate on too. Top lane tank once again in the
Ooh.
for Nubili here is a little bit on the tank duty.
I saw
And
the hover that
now
I want to see. Will they actually lock it in? It's not that. It's not that.
you were mentioning Camille pretty early.
Well, off screen at least. And
Yeah,
that's gonna be the
there it is.
lock in. I want to say something about Easy, right? I'm sure they're a great player, in their own right, but the picks that they've been locking in have sort of been those typical job security mid laners
Yeah,
that we like to talk about, right? The
yeah.
Victor, the Casio, the Syndra, sort of the picks where you really can't do, anything wrong on them unless you really screw up. But also the heights of it, unless you're, really cracked, don't really show too much. Um, I think in this game, I would have maybe liked to have seen something a little bit more aggressive coming out of them, something to sort of punish with your Viego, because realistically, right,
Yeah.
the Syndra into Victor matchup is fairly even, just because, right, you're not able to. push her out of lane as much as you might, a different mid laner. But either way, right, we're gonna have some standard scaling on both sides again, and I don't really know what to make of it. Right, you have the Blitzcrank and the
Yeah,
Thresh respectfully, so whoever hooks first is gonna get hooked by the other person. Um, but I think something to note, right, is that Nuffies for the first time in this series, I guess not for the first time, right, because they played Graves, but for this game in particular is going to be on something that they're going to be able to take whatever lead they create and run with it.
yeah,
Viego, a very strong champion, should be able to reset. Has great champions to take away. Notably, the Blitzcrank and the Camille are absolutely massive for a champion like Viego. But I mean, again, it's going to be on execution, and TA Fury have sort of been lacking, I guess, in these last two games,
I
in
agree.
staying consistent. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It has been the consistency. It's been the team fighting challenges that they've had as well. I think we've seen in game one, I think Palace's Tom Kench was one of the kind of the key reasons why they didn't perform very well. So they look great on the Thresh. We were praising them on the Thresh. And, I think Wizard had a fine game on Jinx. They had more immobile carries for this player. Like you mentioned, if Nuffies can create a lead, that could be enough as well. Again, going back to the tried and true Wukong Blitzcrank, we'll see if that continues to find picks because it really was Senji on that Wukong who found some amazing angles in that game. And then we also saw it come out in the bot lane. So, I mean, Blitzcrank was able to find the awesome hooks that they needed. So, if we can see that again here in this third game, that might be enough to secure them the series and a 3-0 here, and push them into next week's matches.
Yeah, and I just want to make one more note before we head into game. Um, and that is that, both side laners for the side of Sun Mythos have an advantage in their lane. I believe that Blitzcrank into something like the Jinx Thresh will definitely be able to create an advantage in the lane to the point where it will have to pull the attention of Nuffies. But also, on the top side, Nubly into Sinning is going to be a very interesting matchup because we already saw in game one with that Mordekaiser into Malphite matchup that Sinning was able to create a fairly good lead for themselves in a matchup in which Mordekaiser will create the advantage, but maybe not so quickly. But in a matchup like Camille into Ornn, that Camille by far is going to be able to create a much faster advantage for themselves and make it last a lot longer and sting a lot worse for the team with the Ornn. Because again, in this lane, no one's or in this game rather, no one's going to be able to match standing on this Camille once we get to mid game. Once she's picked up 1.5, 2 items. So realistically, Nuffies is going to have to choose, choose their favorite son, as it were, to make sure that they're able to scale into this game. And would hate to be in this position.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think there's some really strong laning prowess that has been drafted here from Stub Mythos. And like you said, I mean, it's just a matter of time to see if there is going to be a miracle that TA Fury can pull out and take us to game number 4, or if Stub Mythos is going to take the series right here. So just on the other side of the short spectator delay, we're going to find out ourselves. Prediction is live. Let us know what you think, and we'll see you after a short break. It is game number 3 now of the CCS play-ins. This evening we have two great teams here. Stun Mythos with a 2-0 lead over TA Fury so far. It is do or die for the blue squad today. And we'll have to see now. Will they try to push us into a reverse sweep, or are we going home early here with a quick 3-0?
Well, it's looking pretty good so far. Wizard doing the correct thing, placing a ward in that tri-brush and backing up means that Insanity not going to get anything done there. Senji just walking forward into a potentially stacked bush and not getting punished. So very well done from either team to keep the level 1 even.
Yeah.
Um,
And
but
I think that's pretty good for them, right? Like, they want to stay even here. Yeah, of course in the
right,
Blitzcrank, but
right,
I
right,
mean,
right.
as we look at their champs, they don't want anything happening early game.
Yeah, blue side, if they can get out of this without anything happening for like 15 minutes, I would say that they have a very good chance of winning this game. But just knowing the way that these teams have played so far, that's going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've seen Senji be on a tear all series long. Had a great performance last game, getting lanes ahead. I mean, it feels like in the bot lane too, Blitzcrank was able to land the hooks that they needed to really carry this lane. So we'll have to see if we can see something, different or creative here. Because yeah, Senji's kind of been ruling the matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, jungler is going to be starting on their respective top sides and will be looking to clear down towards their bot lanes. And so I think we have our answer of where Nuffy is going to play. I don't think it was, a surprise to anyone that he would choose the bot lane over the Ornn. And it's just going to have to hope that Nubly will be able to stonewall this Camille enough so that they don't really give up too much of an advantage, at least until, this Jinx or Victor are online enough to answer the Camille in fights. But by the way, just looking at this hook, oh my goodness, that lollipop.
That was a beautiful find. Hook back in. This Ignite goes down, flashing away from Palace. A couple autos will do it, but it's not able to. But Summoner spells used at least. Ignite for Flash. Palace used Flash, but it is going to be Insanity. Just need to use the Ignite.
Welcome to casting, Llama.
I was not expecting that hook right away. The lollipop just absolutely threw me off here. That hook was insane that it landed.
Yeah, honestly, it was detrimental for Palace to have landed that hook. We're forced to blow their own flash in the end there. Now Palace is very low, as we could even just see. Oh my goodness. But but why are we not just flashing there, right? Insanity. If we know that Palace doesn't have flash there, I feel like you always just respond forward, just flash, guarantee the knockup, and then Neptune you have to trust will do enough damage once the Jinx trades you, right, to go 2 for 1 in the end. But either way, just gonna hold on to the flash for the time being. Maybe knows that the Viego is gonna be on this top side soon enough. But I mean, just looking at the top side, look at the CS gap that Nubly already has on Sinning. As we see a bit of a trade happening, Grasp on the Camille does mean, or rather not Grasp on the Camille, but no flash on the Camille rather, means that Nubly might be in trouble.
Yeah, just have to flash away now, and the Ignite is burned from Sinning. Like you said, does not have the flash, but the teleport and the Ignite. Now just the teleport available. Trading those Summoner spells, but that's going to be a shorter cooldown for the Ignite than it is for the flash. And now over here on the bot Skull Crowd, these junglers are going to meet up, but Senji has already claimed that one for their squad. Nuffy's level 4, also with a full clear. Might be trying to get to the top scuttle.
As Nubly,
I
almost a little bit too far forward. I thought he was too far forward.
In there, but
yeah,
they're deciding against it.
Yeah, Searing Charge actually does create a whole lot of space between you and whoever the heck it is you're headbutting away from. But I mean, for now, again, just fairly standard. I don't like that Senji has gone for the Sheen. I talked about it last game. It's not really, enough consistent damage if a fight were to break out for you to really make an advantage. Sheen is definitely something you go for a little bit more if you're in lane, purely because, right, you're going to be able to get that one short chunk out a little bit faster. But for the time being, again, we'll just sit on that Sheen. And Nuffy's actually going to be forced, with the way that Crabs have worked out, to go into a full second clear on the top side. But I think when Nubly actually being chunked that low is going to be forced to respond onto the top side, because Sinning is going to be doing a whole lot of damage to this Ornn.
And Hookshot is, I believe, available here, so Sinning will be able to use that just to get out, but Nubly wants to be able to interrupt it. Now here's the knock-up, airborne auto attack, first blood, great CC chain, and that's the advantage we want to see from Nuffy's in this third game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great start for the Viego, rather. I said Victor because they were on our screen. But a great start for Nuffy's. And I'm actually curious to see what build he goes this game because there's been a couple different schools of thought
Yeah.
of Viego these days. Um, you have the traditional enjoyers
Oh,
of the easies just gonna get solo killed by tier. I don't think anyone saw that actually until I guess that stun landed on to the victor. But I mean, very well done by tier
yeah.
to get that solo kill, and that means now that the pressure in the mid lane is gone, and with Viego not having taken a reset. Stun should just be able to secure this first dragon without any contest.
That's gonna be a great pickup here now for Stun Mythos, and good on them just to be able to capitalize on that play. The level 6 came through. Now Sinning might be in a little bit of trouble. Nubly going to be able to get a little bit more damage, but just going to force out the reset without teleport in this lane in a solid position. Slow push in. Not looking great for Sinning early on.
No, it's not. Down 10 CS is going to be forced to back, and will miss even more from that. But is down 500 gold currently in this lane, and Nubly again looking to potentially punish Sinning for being this far forward. And I mean, I really don't like the way this looks. Sinning again will hit level 6 soon, so if Nubly
Okay.
does try and go for anything under the tower,
Oh, but
we'll have
Palace.
to be worried. But Palace might just throw a hook.
Solid hanging out. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Nubly, or rather Nuffy's, dude, I keep doing that because I always
The
just think that
jungler,
Nubly
yeah.
will be the jungler. Yeah, my mistake. Nuffy's is in the bot lane. Like they were last game, doesn't have any items though. As I
Yeah, this
believe
is no. You
the
will need a
last,
reset for your blue.
I think the last time this happened, Nuffy's got punished for this.
Oh, and
But Palace now
that's the
without
only
the
luck.
hook.
That's the only luck. Yeah.
Yeah, and without a jungler with items behind you, I don't think you can win if you're the ones that get hooked first. And
Nuffies.
Nuffy is not done in this lane.
Yeah, he has
Uh,
2,000 gold. He has 2,100 gold right now, Seppti.
I think if certain in-game tools were available, they would be calling him a goblin for the amount that he's sitting. Maybe he just has that much faith in Palace. But Flash landing as now.
Oh, I wanted to see Nuffy's get hooked. I'm not gonna lie, Seppti.
That's fair. I think that's totally fair. For all the times in solo queue, the enemy jungler has sat here and actually been rewarded. And honestly, it's not even good for the side of TA. This bot lane is completely frozen, and Wizward and Palace are going to be forced to stay without their Thresh having flash and the hook, though.
Wow, there's the hook. It is going to land and then played onto the traps. Couple more autos. Wizward will be able to get it. There is the last auto attack.
I hate
Let
it.
the sinners be rewarded. It is going to be a kill to Wizward.
Oh, I hate it so much. I'd never punished, man. Never
And
I mean, I
he
guess
was down there for like a long time too, but instead just like got deep vision to reset for their own second rotation too. So, I mean, at least the dragon was claimed here for stunned early on. The Rift Herald now on the map just as we cross 8 minutes. Easy flashing forward though, wants to get on a tear and will just force the traded flash.
yeah, I mean, easy blowing their own flash for a kill that was never going to be on so long as Tier had their own flash. So now both mid laners actually fairly vulnerable to the hooks and junglers that are afoot.
Look at Palace's move though. Good on Palace to roam up here for this play. But now Senji.
Insanity is also here though.
Yeah, Insanity might be looking for a hook. Even if I Nuffies, it could be good, but they don't know that Palace is here. They did just.
No, they did. Yeah, they spotted him on the
spot.
sweeper. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, sort of to continue on to what we were talking about before, I guess we do know what sort of build Nuffies is going for this game. It will be just going for the Divine Sunder, which is fairly standard in a game like this, right? You get the Sheen procs, you get just the ultimate health, but not ultimate health, but just health in general from that item. What I've been seeing actually pretty recently is I see a build that's been going a whole lot of damage. It's Kraken Slayer into Cleaver, which gives you. It's a build that I've been liking a lot recently, just because you do so much damage and you're actually still fairly healthy throughout the game with that Cleaver picked up. But for now, I mean, I guess we will just be seeing Nuffy's force to the bot side, and with that happening, Palace actually on the bot side.
Neptune might be in trouble. Already uses their ultimate to try to escape, but the Chain of Corruption is just buying a little bit of time. The hook is going to go wide. Neptune trying to trade back some good damage on the Wizward. That's actually a lot of damage on the Wizward. One snipe might do it. 240 is not quite enough. Flashes away. Wizward somehow lives. A sliver of health. Neptune uses the flash. I don't think that was deserved, but good on Wizward to pick up their assist here. And all right, good punish on the bot side.
I mean, credit has to go to Neptune, right, for that easy no flash. Should just get taken down here.
Oh my god, easy. The last ultimate, the auto attack to get it. A plate goes into Wizard's pocket, but Unleashed Power takes easy down for a second time this game, and a plate trade right back. So I think you're happy if you're going to be the side of Stun Mythos.
Yeah, I mean, for the bot side, and again, I want to give credit to Neptune for that play. It was just one auto off of making that work.
Yeah.
And going for the lethality build this game, I actually really like this. When you have the Victor and the Jinx, who are just going to be able to zone control you so well, with the traps and with those death lasers, to the point where you really need to be matching the poke and the range for yourself. And so Neptune being able to pick that up, won't be able to kill Nubly at any point during this game, but has the Wukong and has the Camille to be able to do that for them. Um, but I mean, just moving towards this game, I want to say this: I'm very happy that Chemtank Soul, or that Chemtank was the first dragon in this
So
game. It means that we will not be getting the Soul this game. Um, but other than that, a very nice play. Setting up on the bot side, Senji gonna try and look with the Cyclone rather onto Palace, who doesn't have a flash, but just barely misses out onto a blind hook onto Tier. But Easy, just trying to look with their support. Palace, I don't know what the point of hiding at this point is. You already throw a hook that showed where you were.
Well,
But either way,
now face checking a bush, but it is going to be Palace getting the primary engage onto Tier. Is going to use the E to try to escape, but the tick, boom, there it goes. He picks up one, but Senji might want a little something back. Wizard holding on to both summoner spells. Good hook from Palace. Pick up the kill. It did cost their own ultimate, but hey, we'll take that. Crashing a wave. I mean, that was another extended play that somehow worked, but we'll take it.
yeah, sinners are being rewarded in this game.
Yeah.
And I'm not a fan of it, but I mean, for Palace, who's been landing hook after hook so far, I guess it's nice for them. And honestly, this could potentially go poorly for the side of TA if they're not careful. But it looks like Stun.
Teleport, but no, they're just gonna take it and get out of there.
I mean, again, right now in this game, right, no one's really tanky enough to withstand the poke from Varus and survive being hooked by the Blitzcrank. But realistically, with that pick on the mid lane was enough to secure that that first dragon of the game rather, and we will be getting an Ocean Soul in a game where both teams realistically are going to be able to make such good use of this, because while fights are going to be fairly slow, with the likes of a Wukong and a Camille, and as this game goes later and later, the teams will be able to survive more and more, as Palace is going to try and look for another crazy lollipop, but will not find it. As the wave is looking really doomed for the side of Stun.
It is, but now here comes Nuffies, is going to miss and not have enough damage, and Easy's going to take a bad poke trade in the mid.
Yeah, and as a result, I'd really like to see Senji go into the top side of Nuffies, with the mid chunk going on to Easy, as well as the Viego being shown on the bot side, but instead will potentially look to threaten a dive onto Easy, who is being forced to back up, and as a result has lost their window to sort of look for anything in the jungle. Instead, we'll be dropping that Herald with 30 seconds left before plates drop, which actually is fairly nice, but the collapse is in.
Senji might be looking for something. It's already knocked up and airborne. Will need to flash over the wall, but might not have time to do it. They do not. And now Nuffies might be looking for more, but actually misses the deceive to get over the wall. Nuffies picked up the kill, and Senji wanted to get the plates, as you said, before the tower plates fell, but they had a Divine Sunder available. I'm not saying that would have changed the outcome of that fight at all, but they really were not trying to fight at all, and ultimately it was another great kill over, and nice that Easy picked that up too. That was a nice influx of goal.
Yeah, I think it was definitely really great from Senji. Had the flash available, had the Cyclone available. Didn't even try and interrupt the call the Forge got from Nubly, but instead was maybe trying to hold on to it in case.
But another hook, and now it's going to be on to Tier once again. The flash is not going to be available, so they are just going to go down. Easy picks up another easy kill, thanks to an amazing hook once again from Palace.
Dude, Palace is really showing the value of this Thresh in the series so far. Both Insanity and Palace, showing a great job. And, really good proficiency on this champion, despite the fact that his hook reset was nerfed on this patch. But as a result, I believe this will be first tower on the bot side going over to TA, because realistically, even if Neptune were to return to this lane, they would be meeting with nothing but death. And as a result, now it looks like Wizard is going to try and slow down the push just a little bit, let this cannon die off, and in the end, we'll pick up first tower gold for themselves. and put themselves actually in a very nice spot. Already 2,000 gold or so above their lane opponent in Neptune. And we'll be just looking to continue to build on this pressure that they've been mounting this entire game.
Yeah, and they're gonna be really happy. Once again, this early game is looking like it is won by TA Fury. 15 minutes into this game, I mean, they have a dragon apiece, and this feels like game number one. So now it's going to come down to what can happen in this mid game. How can Wizward stay safe, get these key items, and not get picked off? Because that's what caused the deaths and then the loss in game number two.
Yeah, I mean, and while it does look a little bit scary, right, with the Victor and the Jinx having so much gold in their pockets, looking at the overall game state, it is not going to be too bad because you have the Camille on the top side. You have a lot of value in this Wukong that will be able to sort of carry you through this game. As just with that one trade there, we're already starting to see signs of the matchup swaying in favor of Sinning, despite the team lead that Nubly has been able to create for TA. And honestly, it's going to be, on Easy and Wizard to really show that they've got a whole lot of gold in this game. And Neptune, I don't know if you're allowed to be here, should be forced to flash.
Oh, but it looks like they are going to get hooked in, and Nuppies is going to be the first one to fall. And now Senji wants even more on the backline, is going to get onto Wizward, but falling so low themselves. Wizward picks up a kill. Now Easy in the area. Doesn't have their own ultimate available, but Wizward almost taken down another member of the stunned side. But it will be Blitzcrank just walking on out. Nothing too insane this time.
Yeah, but in that entire exchange, Herald did go over to the side of Stun Mythos. And with the HP bars the way that they are, if Wizward and Easy don't reset soon, they'll be losing out on pressure for this first Ocean Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds time. And as I say that, it looks like Nubly will be TPing towards that bot side river, and Easy will be trying to TP to push in that bot lane.
Here's the dragon,
yes,
though.
This is gonna work for the time being. Wizard is getting a whole lot of health back from that red buff, but it looks like Stunned might just be trying to trade for this top tower and get some more gold onto their already, accelerated in scaling Camille. But with knocking Wizard away, we could potentially see a little bit of a dangerous fight come out as Senji is lurking in the area, but I don't think they will actually. No Cyclone. I don't think they'll actually be looking for anything. Except maybe a mid-tower trade, but one with the Call of the Forge God could potentially look to punish Neptune, who decides to back away.
And ultimately, another good play out is TA Fury. This is something we haven't seen them do very well so far this series, Seppti. Just like playing the map, playing as 5, playing objectives because they keep getting hot, and somehow that blitz hook doesn't land. Again, maybe not the best rotation angle from Palace, but they will be just fine. Now Nuffies has a great flank here onto Terror, and now Easy gonna have to try to fight their way out of here. Already the ultimate has burned the flash as well. Nuffies gonna follow along. Easy goes on a rampage and assist for Nuffies. Another great kill and a good angle found from the jungler for TA.
If we're gonna flash, let's not flash late, right, Tier?
Yeah.
We're surely not gonna get hit by the Vega ulti and flash. I'm sorry, but it's a little bit too much for my brain to see that. Super Mega Death Tracker gonna try and clear the wave. We'll look to get most of it down, as I think we still will see the mid tower drop for the side of Stunned Mythos. And we're gonna get another pause again, as it looks like Palace has once again died. Not IRL, but their internet has died.
Should be a quick one, it sounds like.
Should be a quick one. Yeah, but I mean, again, looking at the state of this game so far, right? It's just been going fairly well for the side of TA. They're up about 2,000 gold, just fairly in a decent spot. But they were in an even better spot than this in the last game, and we saw how that went when they, just constantly were finding themselves out of position, and they have not been immune to it this game. Palace just has not yet been punished by Insanity's Blitzcrank yet. And honestly, in this game, they have, in this game rather, Stunned have something they didn't have in the last game, which is a super strong top laner that they can reliably create pressure with. And speaking of reliability, these pauses or these mid pauses of the spectator are really common and really great to have after the game pauses. Yeah. But either way, we're gonna continue on with this game, and I think realistically, looking at the way that this game has gone, I kind of see now why these players have been building Leandries on the Syndra. I don't really know how much value we've gotten from the. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Nubly forcing the flash go out here, and now it is going to be Nuffy's going, and the team's going to be close, and now here comes the call of the Forge God, but that's just onto the clone. Senji is going to live, and now Chain of Corruption is going to jump around. Baron's going to be hitting the map in just about 10 seconds, and it is going to be TA Fury, the first one's up here, but I'd be surprised if they can take it in front of 5 other members. Sitting with a little bit of damage, but with the ultimate being used to call the Forge God on cooldown, Noobly not going to be able to chase. And both carries going to be choosing to fight for some farm in the mid lane between Wizward and Easy.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, they want the fight, though. There's the flash, double flash out.
Yeah.
That's a great look. Very little committed from TA Fury, and awesome on them that they pulled out 2 flashes there from SM.
I mean, these are the sort of mistakes that will lose you a game, right? Because that flash is not going to be up by the time this dragon spawns in 2 minutes.
Look at Senji. Looking for the Cyclone, is going to hit 3 members, but Wizward is untouched. The tower's looking low. Nuffies gets 1. The teleport coming in as second's going to fall. Here comes the rest of the members. All 5 are here. Palace gets a great play. A 3rd kill over the hook lands and cleansed immediately, but there is the scatter. The weak, the better. Syndra is on the enemy team. It is going to be a 4-4-0. TA Fury actually has a real chance of winning this game.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they went on to the Baron after that. I mean, it just looked far too aggressive from Senji. The tower went down in the middle of that fight, and so you were missing that massive amount of damage. And realistically, Neptune and Insanity were not really able to find the priority target that you would have liked to do. And so, you know, when that fight went out, it just looked like Senji was just trying to get as much damage onto the backline as possible. You know, while the Viego and while I believe it was the Ornn were just free hitting the bot lane members of Stunned. And as a result, it was just I believe it was a 4 for nothing.
Yeah, 4 for nothing.
With Sitting not able to do anything in that fight, but watch as their team gives over a now 5k gold lead on the map and a Baron.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a dragon in a minute. So really convenient timing here for that fight and the Baron, because now all 5 members are able to spend their entire gold lead. We're already starting to see that first ornament completed now for Ornn themselves with the Primordial Dawn upgraded from Radiant Virtue. And because they have the Baron, they might be looking for a fight. Nuffy's a little bit far forward, though. Forced to ult away, but it's enough damage. Unleash power in the snipe from Neptune is going to take out the jungler. And, I mean, you know that you're coming in second here to the fight because you had to reset first. So, oh, man, it feels like a little bit of a misplay there from TA Fury, just face checking once again.
This is the biggest mistake that teams with Baron make. When there's an objective spawning on the other side of the map, teams with Baron just believe that they have so much momentum that even though, you know, they were on the other side of the map and they were resetting to use their advantage, they forget that the other team, you know, is still able to use the benefit of fog and of positioning to really punish you. And Sitting actually has a very good chance in this matchup against Noobly, who again has no flash after burning it in their previous engagement. Call of the Forge God comes in, Sitting gonna try and get this one-on-one win, but
yeah,
the
amazing ultimate coming out too is going to be dodged. Sitting now forced to just hookshot away. At least you get the teleport from Easy, so that is a win. And that 1v1, but now with the Baron buff, like you're talking about here, now's the pressure that you have exerted. Mid lane wave as well. Yes, you lose the dragon, but now the top lane and the top lane inner tower is going to be falling in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, Easy and Noobly gonna work together to knock down that tower. And on the other side, it looks like, you know, in the mid lane, they were using that Baron to push it in. Again, Neptune and Insanity, no flashes and no wards here means that we might find a scuffle.
Nuffies. Oh, it is going to be Nuffies coming back onto Senji, but that's the clone, buddy. Flash forward, going to get all 3 once again shut down. Wizward is dead. Nuffies forced to flash now. Palace going to be the target. Here comes the other 2 members. Look at Easy. Look at Noobly. See if they can get any more. Palace going to try to link up with the team. Pulls Easy in, but it's into 4 members. That is an easy baked oven. Now here's Senji picking up another kill. They are going to pick up one on the backside. Noobly is tanky, but not tanky enough. 4 kills, a big throw, and all of a sudden this is right back to game number 2. Nuffies wants more. Is going to pick up one on the back end, but is in trouble now.
Yeah, I mean, could have potentially looked for tier as well, but, you know, tried to get one back onto Neptune and was able to do so. And, I mean, realistically, that's okay. I mean, I guess you give a little bit more gold on to, I think that went on to Wukong. But, I mean, again, a very nice fight from Stun, being able to find out the advantage. I believe Palace was a paid actor in that instance. Yeah. Someone should check the bank accounts fly, please. Take a look. But anyway, just a very nice play and a very nice chase down coming up from stun means that they're going to be able to pick up I believe it was a 5-for-0
Five
overall.
for five for one, yeah.
5-for-1, 5-for-1. You know, only losing Neptune in that engagement. But now, I mean, looking at the way this map has unfolded, right? They gave back over. I think it was about 2,000 gold in that one instance between shutdowns and kills. Oh,
Oh,
nice. There we go.
Calculated.
Well done, well done. But now, I mean, looking at the item state currently, right? We have the Manamune finished on the Cinder, which is now upgraded to the Archangel Staff. We have the Muramana finished for Neptune, fully stacked, and they are going to be working towards what I believe will probably be that Eclipse, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really sure what Victor or not Victor, what Varus go for these days. I know it's either Duskblade or Eclipse. But this could really be either. I mean,
yeah, and Wizward's still kind of the big carry for their squad too. But you're right about we are seeing Neptune be hitting one of those lethal threshold points too. Like those arrows are going to be hurting.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw it, right? We saw Senji jumping into the team, Neptune doing a whole lot of damage. And speaking of Senji, I really am not a fan of what they've done with their build so far. I think it was a fine idea to sit on the Hex Drinker, but I think finishing that full maul is a waste of gold, right? The only person you're really worried about on the other side is Victor, and you kind of need a top laner to survive in this game.
Alice tries to read the hook, but now he's going to jump on a Wizard once again. They have the Summers and is forced to run. There is enough. He's picking up the kill a minute and 15 seconds before the Baron. That's a free one. They're going to take that if they are TA Fury. Good to get something back on the map.
Yeah, and just Ward's not in the right place for sinning. But I don't think they spotted Wukong going into that bush, and so Nuffies actually might find themselves in a world of hurt if they explore too far into their bot side jungle.
Wants it. Nuffy is very far forward, but is just going to be able to use that Hallowed Mist and escape.
Yeah, no flash on the Viego means that it could have potentially gone through. But I like this restraint coming out from Sun, right? They know that the important objective is in 40 seconds time, and if they burn too many cooldowns trying to go for a jungler that will be back up in time for the objective, then it's going to be really risky. And speaking of objectives, right, both teams now have a choice as to which one they want to set up. TA definitely have a lot of good vision on their blue side, on their top side of the jungle, rather. And now Senji going to get spotted by Nuffies.
And both these major objectives are coming up shortly, so now it's going to be how can these teams set up around each objective without getting caught out, because that's been a major fault of both these teams here in the last game.
Yeah. And both teams... Nuffies almost showed on a pink ward there, right in front of Insanity. But for the time being, both teams just playing with their friends. Nuffies definitely being a little bit more adventurous, using the Hallowed Mist to their benefit. But Senji now going to get caught out slightly.
Dragon in 10 seconds, and it does feel like this is going to be TA Fury being the first ones to rotate to the objective. The rest of the members might be looking for a Baron stun. Mythos is setting up there. So as long as they don't send 5 members, take one to the Baron, the rest can go contest or take one to the Dragon, the rest go to the Baron, but instead they just decide not to take the Baron. The bluff is called, but everyone's off of it. Why isn't TA Fury just taking the Dragon?
I think they're a little bit scared, right? I think they don't want to get caught out by the likes of the Blitzcrank and the Syndra, right? The only reason, right, that Stun Mythos have not actually started this Baron, I believe, is because they have a Victor in their composition, which doesn't really do Baron too quickly.
Yeah, here goes Nuffies.
In comparison, now we see the correct answer coming out from TA. Nuffies should be going on to this Baron by themselves. Hook going to go a little bit wide onto Insanity, but with Camille showing on that Dragon, it means that Nuffies is going to be forced to call in the Cavalry to try and actually reclaim the space.
Here's the Cavalry. It's on to Senji. But look how far away from the rest of the team they are. Wizward going to be free hitting for now. Tyr runs forward, tries to get the ultimate in, but it's not enough damage. Easy is taking down Tyr now. Another hook on a Camille, and Sinning is not winning this one. 4 versus 1, and the 4 will take it every single time. Nuffies all of a sudden takes down Senji on the other side, and his 4 members Neptune, the last one alive. This should be the Dragon. This might be the Baron too.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be both. Wizward and Noobly going to be able to do that one themselves. And honestly, that is exactly the worst way you could have wanted that to come if you are Mythos, because you have your frontline in Senji, and other than that, you don't really have anyone to sit in the front, especially when Sinning was playing in the position that they were, not able to find any engagement onto the backline, and just really Wizward and Easy being able to free hit with the well-timed Call of the Forge God from Nubly. And I honestly think a lot of that fight credit has to go towards the Ornn on the top side, who did, pivot back towards the correct side of the fight, was able to act as that front line for the Jinx and the Victor, and really sort of, push home the victory for the TA squad.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we see what Wizard can do when they're not getting caught out in these fights. In these last couple of games, Wizard just hasn't been able to get the damage down. We saw it on Varus in the last game, just not able to be successful. And in game number one, when they were on the Jinx too, just they got sat on too hard and weren't able to do anything. But in this game, with Wizard free hitting in front to back and with that support and the peeling, like you mentioned, from Palace and Nubly, like that looked great. And Wizard able to shred through the front line and play that front to back and take the fight cleanly.
Yeah, and now is sort of when you want to see what these teams have to offer in this series. I mean, just looking at it right now, it seems like T is in a great spot. They have the zone control coming out from the Victor. They have the scaling with that Ornn, and really Mythos is on the back foot in this game. The thing about a poke Victor, right, or a poke Varus rather, is that it doesn't really do too much if the enemy team is able to pick up a whole bunch of armor, as well as an Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, the Ocean
Uh,
Dragon. Yeah, that's a little more challenging.
but I mean, for the time being, right? I mean, no heal cut has come out from the side of Stun Mythos, and so maybe they believe that they're confident in coming back in this game in some sense. But I think a big problem, right, is that Senji has not been able to pick up that cleaver in this game, and so all this armor, all of this resistance that TA has built is really making Neptune's life a living hell. And I think the only one having fun in this game is probably Sinning.
Yeah, I know. I think you're right. Yeah, I don't think SM is having too much fun in this game. And critically, I mean, maybe 1% a little bit more fun is the new hat that we just saw Tier pick up. They are going to have the death cap completed, and Easy will be having their own in just a moment. So, I mean, these are some big power spikes too. The death cap is going to actually provide so much more damage to this burst that Tier is able to put out. And I mean, if you can use the unleashed power onto the Jinx, like you definitely still have a way that you can have enough damage to the fight. But you're right that Wukong without the Black Cleaver is missing so much potential damage output, and Nuffies is able to just aggress forward onto them and not giving Senji the angles that they found so far in the series.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing that I just noticed when Senji came on screen is just looking at the amount of health that this Wukong has is really sad to see, because Wukong, yes, you're going to be finishing that Death Dance, which is great for you, but you don't have the health to really be surviving in any fight that you go into. Yes, you're bleeding, yes, you're bleeding slowly a percentage of the damage you take, but your health bar does not have the durability to hold on to that, as Insanity is just throwing miracle hooks for the sake of throwing hooks, and now Sinning is going to try their very best to I think win this game through split push. I think is the call for the most part. But
Yeah, but no
I
Baron
mean,
buff anymore, so that's going to stop the push, at least for now. But here's going to be a hook on a Palace. They want to go. Nuffy's going to follow that. Now Insanity need to flash away, but here's the next hook. Senji back to back. Can they get a third one? They do. Senji going down, having to use the Cyclone defensively, is going to stay alive for now. Nubly just crashing up top lane, but 3 back-to-back-to-back hooks from Palace. Doesn't get too much for him, but at least is looking cool doing it.
yeah, and on top of all of that, Palace actually saved Nuffies from burning to their own death stance. I was kind of surprised. I was kind of shocked that Nuffies didn't die there. But then I saw that Palace had used the Locket of the Iron Solari to, stem some of that literal bleeding that Nuffies was suffering from. But I mean, a minute's time, we have soul point for the side of TA Fury. And realistically, they used a lot of tools, and we saw the potential damage actually coming out from the side of Stun Mythos. And I see something that I hate in Tier's inventory. Can you spot it? Can you
Yeah,
spot the
are we
thing that
seeing
I
a
hate?
fifth
Are
item
we
going
seeing
in Horizon? Is that, or yeah, that alternator there, yeah.
Yeah, that alternator, I think does not belong anywhere in this game state. I think if you're going to be going for anything, it'll be a Void Staff, as Sinning is going to get caught out. Nubly could have potentially used the Call of the Forge God there to find a kill onto Camille, but
Oh, but
is
the hook
instead.
goes back and forth. Nuffies, what are you doing? Palace going in too. One is already dead, and this might be the fight that they needed. TA Fury still gonna try to fight it out, but stunned Mythos is hooked up. Wizward is going off. Sinning and Winning is trying to do just that in the backline. Neptune hitting, but Sinning and Winning is dying. Wizward now untouched, a triple kill. Wizward, this might be the chance to shine. Flash forward over top of the Scout of the Weekend. Wizward is not weak, but losing health. This might be the sole claim for TA Fury.
It could potentially be. I don't know what Sitting was doing there. I don't really. Uh, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see at all what he did as Wizard gonna take a bit of a chunk. I mean, it looked so good for the side of stunned there. You caught out Viega. You caught out the Thresh. You even had the advantage of Nuffy's
Oh,
accidentally. Oh, tier.
oh, that was easy.
And that's representative of how this game is going for stunned. Uh, also,
I
I
think
see
that's
what you
karma
did
for the
there. I
Hextech
see what you
alternator.
did there.
I think we can we can
Yeah,
say that's the alternator tax.
that's the negative enforcement we like here at CCS. Well
Yeah,
done.
yeah, exactly.
But no, I mean, I think the fact that Tyr is going for a Shadow Flame in this game is completely unnecessary. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. If it was Horizon focused, that might be a little bit better. But I think Shadow Flame is absolutely useless in this game. Granted, I mean, just look, right? Jinx has a Maw, right? Or Jinx has a Hex Trigger. Viego has a Hex Trigger that will be a Maw sooner rather than later. The Ornn has so much MR. The Thresh has a Locket of the Iron Solari, which isn't as strong as it used to be, but still has the Aegis passive, which creates that MR and armor boost around them. Um, and now we're just going to be moving towards the Baron, which I think is completely in TA's right.
Yeah, absolutely. And Senju was going to try to set up a flank angle, but now is so far away from this objective. It's burning down so quickly. The teleport's going to come in, but the Baron's already gone.
Yeah, I mean, this game is just falling apart for the side of Stunned Mythos. And honestly, credit to TA as they see an angle onto a fight that they want. But
Senju's in the
until Call
area,
of the
but look
Forge
at
God,
Syndra's top lane. There's no kind of fight if you are stunned Mythos right now.
I think TA has had enough. I think they know that they're strong enough to end this game whenever they want to, and are gonna try and just pull the trigger on this mid inhib is what it looks like.
Senju looking for a super long flank. Maybe I'm going to try to catch the next wave, but is so far away. Team's going to be nowhere close. So Senju's just going to pick up this next wave while the rotation comes through to the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you needed to necessarily cut the wave there. I don't think that. I think if anything, that kills that ends the game for your team. Because once TA see you on that wave, there's nothing to stop them from using the wave that they currently have to just push down the Nexus and end. But for now, they're just going to be playing it safe and standard and just try and look for this top inhib as another 3-minute stun from Tier Out comes out.
Meal
But I
has an
mean,
angle. This might be it.
yeah.
Baron's still alive for a minute 40. Wizward's going to get hooked in and is going to die. That's your carry for TA Fury, but the fight's going to continue. Nubly on the backline. Neptune not going to live for much longer. He's going to follow themselves. Another kill is theirs. They don't need the Jinx anymore. The rest of the team is going to be doing enough. Other 4 health bars are still absolutely full. Senji going to go into the stopwatch and just going to delay their death for a little bit longer, but the 4 members of TA Fury stand strong. They said, no 3-0, not tonight, not right now. TA Fury is getting furious in this series, and after just a couple more seconds, they are going to be not tying up the series, but picking up 1 win in this series and taking us to a game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, doing a good job showing some life in this series. Stunned looked very good in these first couple games. I don't think this draft was nearly as good as their first game draft, and their second game draft, I guess, was even a little bit better than this. Maybe putting Sitting on that Camille was not quite what they needed. It seemed as though, they were lacking a bit of that front line in this game. They were lacking a little bit of consistency, and Sitting really was not able to make it happen, in this game on the Camille. I mean, granted, wasn't the entire problem, right? There was a lot more stuff going on. Hooks were getting thrown left and right from Palace, and I mean, just doing a really great job to show just how much value that this Thresh has in the series. And going into it, I fully expect Sun to go onto the blue side this game and force TA to choose whether or not they want to give or ban the Thresh. Because honestly, counterpick, I don't think is going to be doing too much in this game, right? Unless it's easy going for some crazy counterpick on 5. Because both teams, for the most part, have just been picking tanks and scalers in the top
Mhm.
side. So honestly, I would really like to see Stun, swap it up, go for the blue side, show us something different, and try and close out the series. Because right now, TA after that last game are looking dangerous.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And it was, the very classic pen on paper of let's pick double scaling marksman in mid lane, a tank top, and yeah, they kind of found a formula that worked for them in this game. And that's not saying it's going to work for the rest of the series, but at least they picked up a game here. Like you said, Thresh is going to be hotly contested in this next game draft.
Yeah, and with that, I think we're going to take a quick break as we get set up for this game number 4. And keep in mind, right, this is a best of 5. TA have to win 2 more games in a row to pull off the reverse sweep, but they're looking fiery going into this game 3. So stick around, and we'll be right back for game number 4.
It is game number 4. It is still Llama. It is still Seppti. We got a couple changes though. Over the break here, TA Fury decided if we really want to win this series, we got to bring in a Whittle Guifer now coming in the top lane here. So TA Fury has dropped Nubili and brought in a Whittle Guifer for game number 4. But and the sides is swapped here. We've been seeing the same thing for a lot of this. So now we have to see if TA Fury is going to give the B1 Thresh pick or if they're going to be bandit themselves. Still kind of expect to see that here.
Yeah, well, it looks like this Gragas is still getting taken off the board for the side of Stun Mythos. I think they just don't want to be seeing any of it in this game. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that they keep banning Yasuo second phase. I don't know, but TA Fury is still sticking with the Cho'Gath and the Zeri bans. I guess we will see after this last ban if TA decide to ban the Thresh or not. But yeah, no, coming into this game, we are going to have the exit of Nubly in that top side and the entrance of a Widow Griefer, who has statistically been one of the best top laners in the entirety of CCS Intermediate. So the fact that they have come back to this series, and I will spill the beans, was scrimming with a different team until now, is fairly warmed up and ready to get into this game. Hopefully, you know, might be able to bring a TA, to this game number 5. But going into ban, we are going to see that Thresh taken away by the side of TA Fury, and that means that the Jarvan is going to be available for Senji. Definitely a champion that I don't think has it been banned. Let me check.
Yeah, it was banned game
Uh,
number 1, second half, actually by TA Fury into Stun Mythos. So it is something that they were limiting from Senji's pool early on, but then Senji in the last 2 games has just been picking up that Wukong early. And so, yeah, I mean, with the Thresh off the table, that's been such high priority and this team swapping. Stun says the best chance we got right now is just picking the J4 first pick.
yeah, and I mean, sort of looking on the power pool for the side of Stun Mythos, the next most sort of comfortable pick it seems for the side of Insanity has been that Rel with Jarvan alongside it is incredibly strong. But with the Kaisa locked in, I'm curious to see what they will pair with it. We talked about the Alistar in game number 2, but it could very well just be something like the Wukong as well for TA Fury or potentially a Nautilus here.
Yeah, still lots of options, lots of flexibility. Palace did show some great
Ooh.
performance, but instead, Nuffies did well enough on that Viego that says we want to go back to that. Still a fine matchup, just not a really great way out of the Cataclysm. You kind of need to commit your own ultimate to get out of there, but otherwise, it's kind of a good dueling matchup here in a J4, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Kaisa is definitely not the same as Jinx. Um, yes, you don't have the safety of the Thresh Lantern, but I think with such a premier AD carry like the Jinx, it's going to be really difficult to have the same sort of impact in this game that you had on game number 2 or game number 3 rather with that pick. And as a result, Stunned are going to be going for Leona, which is good and bad for them. Um, it's good in the fact that Leona and Jarvan pair very nicely together and are, a very stable and strong front line between the two of them. It is bad in the sense where Leona typically likes to dive a whole lot and likes to get themselves in a situation where, just like what we saw, with the Blitzcrank and with the Thresh, could potentially get you caught out by the other team.
Yeah.
And if that were to happen, Viego, Nuffies on this pick could get a very useful champion for themselves. And with this pick available, Alistar
Ooh,
is going to be the lock-in. A very nice answer to the
wow.
Leona and to the Caitlyn. And just like
Absolutely.
that,
Yeah.
Stylus is banned away.
I mean,
Alistar
that
locked,
makes
Stylus
sense.
banned. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely makes
Yeah,
sense.
you kind of got to do that, it feels like, too. And now I do wonder if the second man's going to be Syndra, something that Tier had 2 good performances on. It was picked as well in game number 1. They do pick fourth as well, so maybe they look for that as a fourth pick. Yeah, I mean, I think that Alistar was a really, really smart pick as we were talking about continuing to get buffed time and time again. So now some of these bands in the second half being targeted toward a Widow Guifer. Having a new top laner in means they get have a little bit of a different champ pool. And also for a player like this on the red side now, they also get a counter pick and kind of pick whatever matchup they want. So it is going to be a really soul, actually. What we saw dominating game number 1 when Terrard picked that and just had the skies descend and just destroyed them here. So now we'll have to see if that Syndra is going to be a choice either for easy or if Tier's going to pick it or they go to something else because quite a 5v5 team fight so far. And it
Oof.
is staying up and it is locked in.
Yeah, Syndra going to be taken away, but with the Syndra locked in for the side of TA Fury, does offer the victor or potentially something maybe like an Acel, or sorry, not Acel, something maybe more like a Corki or like a Cassiopeia
Yeah.
for the likes of Tier Ao, who, have been showing a little bit of favoritism towards those champions. But with the pick like Caitlyn, which generally has a bit of a mid-game void, right? It's not as bad as it used to be. I don't know how I feel about
Wow.
this.
Yeah,
So
now
technically,
that's triple
technically
melee
speaking,
too.
technically speaking, Echo is a counter in quotes to Syndra. Um, in the sense where your phase dive, your E on this champion can dash or can blink past the Sky of the Weak that Syndra might bring out. And as Stun Mythos is, just hovering through a couple of different tanks, Ornn will be the lock-in, which pairs nicely, with the Jarvan with the Kaylin. I think this Echo is just a massive question mark in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It does, notably have the potential to go off and to go absolutely insane. But when you have a pick like Viego and Alistar, who really are not going to be threatened too much by this Echo, should they stay even in the game state, um, it's going to be really risky to see, especially with something like this Mordekaiser, who definitely will not be afraid of the Echo come this mid to late game. Um, so again, this is going to be on Tirao and Senji to make this early game happen. I mean, I guess what we'd be seeing, right, is we're going to be seeing We're going to be seeing Tier go for early clear. We're going to be seeing them probably, hopefully, go for something along the lines, of that minion dematerializer. So they're going to be able to clear the wave quickly and get out of it to then go support
Yeah.
their bot lane with Senji on that Jarvan. But if it doesn't happen, if they aren't able to create the pressure with that Echo, it could be a real problem for the side of Stunned as this game goes on.
Yeah, and as I'm looking at both these compositions, 7 of the 10 champions in this game are melee. Like we have Caitlyn on one side, and then we have Syndra and Kaisa, which also aren't known as the longest range kind of champions here. So much of this game is going to be melee focused, and typically Echo, as you're talking about with this pick, like wants targets that they can kind of one shot and then like ult out, right? Use the chrono shift, jump on out of there, and I'm not quite sure necessarily what kind of targets Echo is going to be finding here. Maybe you can get onto Syndra or the Kaisa later on in this game, but I mean, there's so much interrupt. You have a Mordekaiser like you're talking about. You have a Alistar too. I mean, and these teams are just going to be smacking each other back and forth. It feels like in this later game.
I mean, one last note before we sort of go to a quick break is that Tier has not really played anything in the entirety of CCS so far this season, besides those scaling AP mid picks. They've had a single Silas game so far until today when they've locked in this Echo. And realistically, it's like you're not following the formula to what got you here. Is
Yeah.
is my interpretation, right? Because Echo has not been changed at all, to my knowledge, in the last couple of patches, which would make them seem good into something like an Alistar or a Viego. Um, and so, I mean, yes, Tier, if you're a crazy Echo, I will apologize in the post game screen. When we pull you in for an interview, but until that happens, show us what you got, right? The Echo is going to be the pivotal point. If it doesn't go well, it won't go well in the game for Stunned. If it goes well, they have a chance at winning. Um, but
Yeah.
with that, we are going to take a short break while we lock in these final champions and head to spectator delay. But please stick around. Get your predictions in the chat because we have Stun Mythos versus TA Fury. TA Fury are one match away from being eliminated from CCS Intermediate, but have been looking very strong in this last game. So stick around. We'll be right back for the deciding game 4.
is game number 4 of the CCS play-ins here in the Intermediate League. We have TA Fury and Stunned Mythos back on the rift now. The sides have swapped, the stage is set, and now we'll have to see if TA Fury will continue their dominance here in game number 4 and force the Silver Scrapes, or Stunned Mythos is sending us to bed.
Yeah, I mean, Stun definitely, they were on the momentum for this first little bit of games, and Sinning, do you remember what items you started, my friend?
Yeah, I don't think he really went to the syllable there. And Whittle Weaver coming in after being on the bench here, and now getting
Oh
I
no.
know it's in his name, but you.
When was Llama? When was the last time you failed that flash?
It's been a while. Like that almost looked intentional.
Dude, why he tried to flash the fat part of the wall? Oh
Yeah.
boy. Oh boy, Widow Griefer. That is not how you want to start this game.
Yeah.
As we
And
had a quick
I'm
little
feeling a little bit like
pause.
Palace, I think there.
Yeah, to make sure I'm in the same game as well. As I guess Sinning is not going to get punished for that initial play, but is able to in fact get that back off and pick up their first Ruby Crystal. And now Nuffies is going to get spotted on that first ward, going for their clear. And Jungles again are going to be pathing towards the bot side. But in a game with Caitlyn, that's kind of what you expect. Neptune going to be played for in this game very heavily.
Yeah, and this is not a great lane pre-6 in the bot lane too. Wizard and Palace really just gonna hang on.
But Easy, I'm pretty sure is cursing out his top laner currently. Cause look at Tyr, look at Tyr's items.
Yeah, that if you're a Tyr coming into lane here, corrupting, and you have a last or Dark Seal as well. That's not looking great.
I believe he's playing with Time Warp Tonic as well. Would be my guess at least. Yeah, he's playing with Time Warp and Minion Dematerializer. That's just some massive trading happening in the top side there. Yeah, I mean,
but this is not how you want to start out game number 4 if you're TA Fury.
it's definitely not. But I mean, we already again see sort of what the Mordekaiser does in this matchup. Sinning, has the lane where they want it currently, has it in front of their tower, which means that, Griefer is not going to be able to really step up or do too much unless the Ornn makes a massive mistake. But Directed Camera wants to keep us here, wants to watch us, wants to watch as this lane state gets decided. But honestly, it's kind of without confusion to Sinning. You do have flash, but you are not really allowed to do this as what is happening in the top side.
I guess he's holding his flash for the game 5.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, here comes Nuffies, but is going to get caught up by Senji. Nuffies might be doing the little griefing now. Is forced to flash away. Flag and drag was flashed out, and Senji just in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, I feel like if Senji can match with the flash of their own, it would have been a little bit hard, but can match the flag, drag, and flash, would have knocked Nuffies up and potentially gotten another kill onto Tyr. But either way, being able there to catch a nice timing where Nuffies is not really able to do much about it, and is instead going to be looking onto Easy, who is not in a good spot right now.
Also forced to flash. Both flashes from mid and jungle now down for TA Fury. That's going to be a big cooldown. They can start to abuse once level 6 and start coming through, and Tyr might be able to find some solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, Tyr now is going to have a wave in a really nice spot, and Easy, again, is now even more unhappy in this game so far. Bot lane going to look in a good spot for the side of the Caitlyn Leona. Not really where you want to be if you are the Caitlyn, but, is sort of the necessity as your jungler is hovering towards that mid side. But Easy, too far forward, is going to get caught up by the flag and drag, and just...
Oh, Tyr flashing forward, but doesn't have the damage.
Oof.
Wow,
well,
really wanted that, but I thought Easy was for sure dead, but instead does live, is forced to reset and probably teleport back in, but Tyr also opted for the teleport, so they didn't have the kill pressure there.
In a single play, Easy smurfed it and was able to even out the summoner spells for the mid jungle. Well played.
Yeah.
OP Syndra, MVP.
Pretty impressive. A no flash Syndra gets jungle mid flash. It's wild.
Very well, very well played. But as a result, right, we see Nuffies do something that he hasn't done for the entirety of the series so far, and that is take the first back amongst the junglers.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say gank mid, but yeah, take first back. Yeah, I mean that's pretty good, right? Yeah, you're right that he's been sitting on like the double reset here, but again, going back to the Sinning Sheen start, do you like it more on Viego at least?
No, I don't. I'm just a believer in just a double longsword purchase instead of the Sheen.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, you're
just
gonna
be,
get one Sheen proc off in a gank.
exactly right. You get one Sheen proc off. Realistically, maybe you get it on your W auto, but then it's on cooldown for when you press Q anyway, so you're not even gonna get it there. Um, and also you're not getting any bonus damage to your W to your Q. Um, and now on the bot side, you're facing down a Jarvan with an Iron Spike Whip, who is, I can tell you, gonna do more damage than this Viego. But other than that, I really don't like what Senji's doing. Senji needs to be here in this bot side right now to be here
Yeah,
for the crash of the spot wave, because otherwise Wiz and Palace are just gonna hold it here while
well,
Nuffies gets a
exactly.
free potential gank.
Nothing's is looking, and this is a great spot to freeze if Wizard and Palace can hold it here. So they're trying to hard shove now, but Nuffy's not able to commit to the gank first, and here comes Senji now. But
Yeah,
felt like
Nuffies.
maybe a little bit too slow. Nuffy's had a little bit of an angle and decided not to take it.
Well, I mean, in their eyes, right? I think that they're giving Senji the benefit of the doubt in his positioning, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're the side of TA in this instance, right, you don't have vision into that river. You don't know what's going on in that brush there, and you don't really have a good way of checking it because the wave is in such a bad spot. They had a ward, in the third bush in the lane, but realistically, you're not really gonna feel much sense of comfort if you're gonna have to step up to a bush with no vision. So essentially not punished for going for a little bit of a greedy play there, but in the end was able to pick up the dragon. And Tyr, now actually in an interesting spot, has gone for a boots play early in the mid lane. Gonna try and be looking for some roams, I'd hope, on this echo, because that's what we talked about in draft, right? Tyr is gonna be having to use these minion dematerializer stacks onto these melee minions to really make a benefit from this champion, and really look to get Neptune going, as it gets a nice trade onto easy, but really it's not gonna be too meaningful for now, as Sitting is gonna get a little trade onto the top side.
Yeah, Little Griefer doing some good damage, and Nuffy's hovering around, but hasn't been sequencing down yet. Not level 6 quite yet, but now there's Senji. But take a look, Palace is roamed up here for the spawn of the Rift Herald, and Nuffy's is going to find Senji now. Smites on both junglers. Senji forced to run away, but Nuffy splashes over. The shield is going to be good for now. Sitting is behind. Widow Griefer should be able to just clean this up, but now Airborne is going to be Nuffy's, and Widow Griefer picks up the last kill. Nuffy's now becomes that Jarvan the fourth, and now Sinning forced to flash away. But here comes Tyr. Here comes the rest of all of the the SM team, and they are going to be able to get one kill back. Widow Griefer now forced to run, and here comes Easy. Widow Griefer down to the last bit of health. Stun Mythos has turned this fight around. Palace now might be in a little bit of trouble. Flashes forward, but only into their death. Both summoner spells are used, but results in absolutely nothing. Easy now is their own flash alive, but does not need to use it. Can just walk away safely. And as the dust settles, 3 for 2?
Yeah, a 3 for 2 for the side of Stunned, I believe it was. Being able to pick up that kill onto the Alistar as well as the top jungle for them. A little bit unfortunate that they were unable to get out. I think Nuffies was tanking that by accident. But again, Widow Griefer did a nice job being able to cancel the call of the Forge God with that death run. But Tyr is here now, potentially on the side. Is going to try and use...
back in his level 6. Let's see if the first kill is going to go over. It is going to be Easy falling first. Palace ran all the way back to this fight too. Nuffy's still alive, but wasn't able to claim any of the bodies. The smite is almost down. It will be a smite fight. It is going to go over to... I don't know, Team Had it. Senji forced to flash out. Looks like Nuffy's going to be the one to pick up the Rift Herald. It will be the blue team. So good smite out from Nuffy's. Wizard.
Yeah, and look on the bot side. Yeah, Wizard going to be outranged by Neptune here. And honestly, Neptune actually could potentially go for something here. Maybe a Flash W auto R, but maybe not feeling too brave. A little bit unfortunate, Wizard again not having that heal available meant that they definitely could have gone down there if Neptune was potentially a little bit more brave. But in the end, nicely played, being able to pick up the farm and get the back off. But Neptune on the other side was able to pick up a plate on the bot side, despite the Herald going over to TA. And now you're kind of on the back foot if you're stunned, I believe, right? Because yes, you have the Echo, who is in a technically winning matchup in that mid lane. But looking at the jungle mid match, or looking at the jungle top matchup rather, for both teams, the Widow Griefer is going to have just complete reign over the top side here. Already finished that Ryalize in the matchup, and now it only gets worse for Stun, as Easy not going to flash the solar flare.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade in, not even a chance to flash, did not use it at the beginning, so does not use it at all. Great three-man
Yeah.
collapse, like you mentioned, the solar flare there was exactly on target, took easy down.
Absolutely had the chance to flash that first ability. Just completely disrespectful coming out of easy there. But again, I mean, we kind of talked about it in game number 2. I mean, that time as a joke, this time maybe as a bit of a serious point. That this is a long series, right? And for most people, I mean, for people on the East Coast rather, it's already 11:30 at night, which is fairly late for a lot of people. And when most series at this level only go towards best of threes, when you're playing a best of 5, it could be exhausting for certain players. And
Mhm.
honestly, I could definitely have seen that being the case for Easy there. But I mean, again, doesn't really make up for it because Tier now gonna be going down just a little bit of damage. Um, but I mean, now that just puts another kill into Tier's pocket, and it means that Wizward and Easy's life just came that much harder.
And it does make this a lot more challenging for that squad, like you're saying. I mean, yeah, you said that there is that winning matchup, and Tier on paper is looking great, 3-0 and 2 so far on the pick. But only up about 6 farm. Nuffy's down the bot lane. Wizard might be trying to bait this out, but there is Senji around, and they don't think they know. The
Yeah, but
dragon just
Nuffies
spawning now.
has.
Here comes the Hex Flash. Palace wants to get on Neptune.
Oof.
Beautiful flash out of that headbutt pulverized combination. Senji, I think, yet to be spotted. Whittle Guifer running down for the dragon as well. Tyr going to be here first. Oh, but here comes the engage. Seppti going to get onto 2. The ultimate in as well. Solar Flare is going to take down 1. Tyr picks up the first. Palace is going to be falling next. Neptune gets their first kill of the game, and it is all stun Mythos here in this bot lane game.
Yeah, and I was gonna say before that fight went down is that a Wooded Griefer actually showed on the top side of the river there, and so for Stun Mythos still to have the confidence to go for a play like that after seeing the disadvantaged fight in front of them, it's just very confident, coming out knowing that Senshi and Neptune had the damage to knock down Wizard, who I think had both Flash and Ultimate available, but was still unable to survive the engagement. As I believe again, Palace is having some issues either with their PC or with their internet. I'm not quite sure.
Or with their dog, maybe? I'm not quite sure what's going on with
Sup dog issue is the report coming out of the TA base camp. But I mean, hey, credit, again, to the blue side here in this game, right? We talked about how Tier is gonna have to be making those roams happen, is gonna have to be, really using this echo to their advantage in the game. And so far has been able to do so, has been able to pick up, 7 of the 8 kill participation so far, but notably only a 600 gold lead for the side of Stunned, as we move into, this post 10-minute phase, as we move into, I believe, what is the second break point, commonly referred to in the game of 14 minutes. But I mean, currently, right, it's looking pretty good for Stunned, apart from the fact that, the top lane is a mess for Sinning, but that's to be expected when you're playing, I guess, Ornn into Mordekaiser.
yeah, and that is that 5th pick advantage that we're seeing with Guifer as a very competent top laner, picking a counter matchup and doing incredibly well in it, like you were naming. And like you said, big advantage for the solo lane right now in the mid lane here. We do see Terra able to get that big advantage and single-handedly almost 2,000 gold up on top of Easy here. But granted, Tyr needs to keep pressuring this. Echo's not a champion that even up a little bit is going to be able to carry a game. They still need resources. They still need a team. They still need support. And that's why it's good to see Neptune getting on the board too with their first kill from that last fight as well.
Honestly, what I'd like to see is I would really love to see Easy actually pick up a set of Merc Treads in the game. You're not really too worried, but it's super high value into something, like an Echo and a Leona, as we saw earlier when they got hit by the Solar Flare. I think it's either you have to pick up either need to choose between Merc Treads or you need to pick Banshee's Veil. And given the fact that they already have a stopwatch in inventory, I don't think Banshee's Veil will be the pickup for Easy in this game. But Sinning, trying their hardest to clear this wave and keep Griefer off their tower. And
Yeah.
again, up in the top side is Palace, really trying
Oh,
their very best
the headbutt
to
pulverized combo will be good. And now they're going to stun it in once again. Stun Mythos, stun Senji, but still alive. Great disengage. Sinning having to use the Call of the Forge God just to try to survive. Felt like the fight was not quite there. But now here's the re-engage. Gonna go back in. Leona's gonna try to get a kill, but look at Tear. Tear picks up almost one more, but Wizward gets the first kill of the fight. It's gonna be traded back onto them. Whittle Guifer in the Death Realm with Tear, but now is going to be out. Has the flash available, but needs to get to the wall. Palace is on the other side with Nuffies. The disengage is going to come through. It's going to be a 1-for-1 as the dust settles.
Yeah, and that's what we saw happen, right? We saw Griefer, get, really in the middle of that fight. Tier does have the Chrono Shift available.
Has to use it just defensively, walking a little bit too far forward, but still had the Chrono Break available, so didn't need to do too much.
Is Echo's Chrono Break and Zillion's Chrono Shift?
Chrono Shift, yeah. I think that I made that error too in chip select.
Either way, Whittle Griefer doing a good job. Saved actually, I believe, one or two of his teammates in that fight by using the Death Realm onto the Echo. As a result, now Nuffy's going to try and actually look onto Sinning, who is not afraid of this Viego at all.
Seppti, or
Has the Jarvan.
There's the engage here. Oh, the Cataclysm is going to come down as well. The first one's going to fall is going to be Ornn. Sinning dead, but now Senji might be not long for the world. Nuffy's wants to get one more. Does get the Jarvan. The fourth is going to have their own EQ available. A Tear is unstoppable. Runs on out without the Chrono Break. Doesn't need it. Flash was used, the kill picked up, and now 5-0-3 for this Echo champion.
Palace actually, I believe, saved Tier there by headbutting them into the parallel convergence, actually. And now Insanity is going to find Palace trying to lurk around this Echo. The fight is not over just yet, as Palace does not have Flash available for themselves. Just going to Hex Flash in front of the Leona's face, no big deal. But, I mean, again, Tier doing a really nice job in this game so far, was able to make what looked like a very scary play out to only be a 1-for-1 actually, maybe no, it was 2-for-1 in favor of the side of TA.
Yeah,
but for the time being,
gold lead now too, even despite Echo being so strong here, it is actually TA who has 1,000 gold up.
Well, I mean, just looking at the CS numbers, right? There's a 30 CS lead in the top side for Whittle Griefer and a 30 CS lead in the jungle for Nuffies. Because, I mean, for all that Senji has done, they have been sacrificing a whole lot for themselves in this game to get to where they are so far. And, I mean, that's just really where it's going to be, right? Just checking in on the gold, and that's exactly what you'd expect, right? It is 2,000 in favor of a Whittle Griefer and another, 2,000 in favor of Nuffies. The rest of the map fairly even, except for Tier, who has, their own, 1,500 gold lead in their favor. But looking at this potential river fight, Nuffies does have the W available, but no Flash. And honestly, Mountain Soul this game is absolutely what you hate if you're the side of stunned Mythos. You have an Echo and you have a Caitlyn. And so if you have to work any harder to kill the members of TA, it is going to be a nightmare.
Absolutely, and they did get the first two dragons, so they don't want to stop there. 40 seconds now until the spawn, and already teams jockeying for position. But like you were talking about that gold leads, that's making a big impact on the items.
I mean, looking at it, right, everyone except for this Ornn and the Mordekaiser have finished their mythic items. But for Sinning, right, this is an item that I think you're fine building. It allows Tier to do just a little bit more damage. And I feel as though TA are making the exact correct decision. I think this dragon is too far away from spawning. So as a result, TA are just going to be taking this mid tower for absolute free and pulling Stunned out of the river.
Yeah, and they get a Solar Flare for free. That's one less ultimate here available that whipped on Nuffies. Sinning now wanting to go in, gets the knock of the 4-man call of the Forge God is massive, but Senji forced into the team and falls immediately. Nuffies reclaims that body, wants to keep on going. Whittle Guifer 1v4 in the backside. On the next cooldowns, we should see this fight continue. Nuffies goes in, but it is too far. Oh, and now Whittle Griefer needs to run. There's the shield. Oh, great. Scout of the Week is going to hold the team at bay. Whittle Griefer is going to stay alive for now. Neptune still doing great. In addition, now the damage does pick up Palace. It is a 2-for-2, and Terra wants to keep on going. Has a Chrono Break available and needs to use it now. Easy still alive, 2-for-2, but the dragon has spawned. Here comes some pings now from SM onto that dragon.
And Easy did a great job at the end of that fight, just being able to completely disengage TA from what could have potentially been a whole lot worse. Doing a nice job, landing the Scout of the Week onto Neptune, who was trying to flash Gale Force in to finish that kill onto Whittle Griefer. And as a result, now we do potentially see a secondary fight beginning, as Easy has not let this dragon go. But with it taken in front of their faces, not really going to have too much left to do in the game. And I think we've seen sort of how these fights are going to play out for the time being, right? We saw Whittle Griefer trying their very best to stay on top of tier and use the Death Realm to stall as much time for his team to create an advantage without the gold lead that Echo has for themselves. And now, I mean, with the reset timers coming in for the side of Sun Mythos, TA will use that advantage to go for this Herald themselves. And Easy, I don't think you're actually allowed to be that close to tier without losing your life. But Echo not quite realizing this the depth of the mistake that Easy has made, has instead just opted to try and clear this wave. Oh, never mind.
Yep, that's the mistake. Oh, Easy's better. There's a 1v1 there, and now the top lane is going to be a 4v4. Whittle Weaver not able to get out with the E and the Q, so Senji forced to flash, and now the fight's going to continue. Here comes the Solar Flare, and here comes the engage as well as Demon Blade. It's not going to do enough. It's just going to result in the death. Sinning now using the Call of the Forge God to disengage, and Neptune needs to run too. All sides of the map are won by TA Fury.
I'm speechless. I think Tier made a massive miscalculation. Tanked. I just didn't react to the Scout of the Week coming out from Easy there. But so it's a little bit unfortunate for the Echo. Lost half of their stacks. And now, I mean, the gold lead has massively swung in favor of TA so far. 3,000 gold lead in their favor, as well as, you know, increasing that even more with that top lane take. Just means that the game has become so much harder for this Echo to play, as Senji is not done.
No, Senji wants to keep going. The Cataclysm was already used, though, and Palace is able to easily flash on out. Nuffy's overstayed for an extra camping, but now here's Tier, here's Sinning, here's Senji, and they might be looking for a little bit more. They might be able to try to find Nuffy's. Nuffy's is going to get spotted now, and it is going to be the teleport now coming to the top lane from the Syndra. 3v2 of Nuffy's can survive, does have the ultimate available, has the flash, but does not use either. Whittle Griefer coming up to the teleport as well. Oh, but now Easy might be trapped. Flash forward from the Leona. Here comes the shield, but it is not enough. A shutdown over to Tier. 5 members from Stun Mythos now in the top lane, and this feels like that was just an overstay from the side of TA Fury, and that might be the Baron in their eyes. The jungler's dead, and 5 members are here.
I was gonna say, there's very few ways that TA could allow Stun back into this game, and giving them a Baron might just be it.
Yeah.
As I think we've gotten to the point where Tier might not actually be too afraid of a Widow Griefer anymore. Still has the Chrono Break available, but the Parallel Convergence is gonna try and push Wizward off.
They want to turn for the fight, though. Oh, Sinning is going to get ulted by a Whittle Weaver. Now they're going to try to finish the Baron down to 1,300 health. It is smited away. The Jarvan the Fourth secures that. And now Wizward has to cleanse away. He needs to try to kite this fight out. Uses the ultimate, picks up 1. Whittle Weaver also has Sinning. They want to keep on going. They're still strong, but Neptune dishing out the damage, and Nuffy's is back. Senji goes in, but pushed away from Palace. Gets the headbutt, but not the pulverized. 2 Barons are gone, but the Baron still claimed from Stun Mythos.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of misplaying going on. I think Sinning definitely needs to hold on to their Bellows Breath if they're going to be trying to, you know, use the Call of the Forge God, because you are unstoppable when you press your W ability. And so even if a Widow Griefer tries to pull you into the Death Realm after you call the Forge God, you can immune yourself and sort of trade your ulti for the Mordekaiser ulti without giving them the advantage of isolating one member. So as we move into this game, I'd really like to see Sinning use that interaction to the benefit of Stunned. And if they do, just thinking about, you know, that positioning of the Mordekaiser should that ultimate not go off, right? Mordekaiser is in the middle of 4 or 5 members of Stunned without the assistance of their Kaisa, who was forced away by the Echo, and is instead now bearing down the full members of Stunned. And now TA going into the bot side, catching Senji.
Yeah, Easy went forward there quickly and was able to get the Scout of the Week, but not enough. 5 members here, 40 seconds until the Dragon. They need to be here first, because that would be the soul now if Stun Mythos can claim it. But instead, they have the Baron, they have the wave, they have the priority. They can give up a Dragon if they do want to push, but like you said, this is not a Dragon that they want to give.
This is not really a Dragon that they can afford to give either, because with every Mountain Dragon you give, it means the gold value of Tier and of Neptune just goes down and down exponentially, because there's just so much resistances being built, as Tier instantly gonna get Death Realmed.
Yeah, he's Death Realmed here, but it is still going to be a 1v1 inside of that Death Realm. But now Whittle Griefer is going to come out on all 5 members of the Stun Mythos side. Force flash away. Palace gets a 2-man stun and 2-man pull up, but there's the Cataclysm. Wizward still safe for now, but the members are starting to fall. It's going to be Leona and Alistar. Jarvan the Fourth follows as well. 4 members are still alive for TA Fury, and they may have won this fight, but the Root, Neptune gets another kill. It is going to be credited to Sinning now, and the 3v3 is going to continue. Wizward goes in, Wizward gets the shutdown, and they might have just saved this fight. The health bars are so low, and Neptune is still alive, but flash forward from Easy gets the Scatter of the Week, but the kills are still falling over to Neptune and stun Mythos. Wizward, the last one alive, but doesn't have the flash, goes invisible, tries to get a kill, but the double auto will not do it. Shut down, Sinning gets the kills, stun Mythos gets the fight, and they get the soul.
Yeah, that was so well played from the side of stunned Mythos, just doing a really nice job. Neptune being able to free hit the entire time, that even though, you know, Tyr was taken out of that fight for so long, just the Cataclysm as well as Sinning just doing so much damage, you know, with the AoE abilities, was just able to absolutely burn down the entire side of TA. And Palace had the flash. And I actually think had they known the HP of that dragon, because what, it went down, I think it went down to about 150 or something like that, which definitely is in combo range for the Alistar. Either way, just doing a really nice job. Not really where you want to be fighting if you're against, you know, an Echo with Chrono Break, or not with Chrono Break, with Parallel Convergence, who was able to stun, I believe it was 2 members in that fight. But it started looking really bad until Nuffy's accidentally flag and dragged through the Caitlyn trap that Neptune, I believe, placed in response to the Jarvan walking at her. But otherwise, you know, this Dragon Soul now means that Stun Mythos rather earns such a nice spot. Being able to have just a little bit of an extra shield in this game could mean so much, you know, when you're trying to survive something like an Unleashed Power, something like, you know, the Mordekaiser Death Realm. And now what this means is that this game has more or less been put on a clock, I believe, because in 5 minutes time, you know, regardless of who has Baron, who has the gold lead, the game will be decided at this Elder Dragon. Both teams with that buff should be able to decide the course of this game.
Yeah, and speaking about gold lead not mattering, it doesn't. We're tied up at even gold, but it's far from even on the stats. Like you mentioned, all 4 dragons have been claimed this game by Stunned Mythos. And yeah, we don't see any super tanks coming through yet, but Sinning is so happy with a couple of these mountain dragons. But like you said, the active shield is actually such a big part of these fights with how close they are.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, I think that if Stunned can be maybe a little bit more, what's the word, conservative with how they approach a Widow Griefer, I think these fights can go so much more in their favor. Because up until now, Tyr has just been walking in the face of the Mordekaiser and getting death realmed every time.
Yep. Yeah, and as I take a look here, I'm still really like crediting Neptune here. 3-0-7 on this Caitlyn, like, has been playing really well around these team fights. And yeah, isn't like that shredding ADC, but now has 2.5 items and feels like has great positioning here, has not really been threatened by the Unleashed Power from the Syndra, and Wizward hasn't been able to get onto that champion either. So Neptune, when they're able to set up those traps and just farm from distance, they're playing incredibly well around them.
I mean, Neptune, yeah, has been doing an absolutely amazing job. Insanity as well has been trying to, you know, protect their team members as much as possible. And after Neptune finishes his RFC, I would really, really love to see them go for that, you know, Last Whisper. I know some Caitlyn's who would prefer to go BT in this situation, but I think if they do that, they're not really going to have the stopping power to deal with something, you know, like a Jock Show's Mordekaiser or a, you know, Last Whisper or a Death Stance Viego. But I mean, for now, the time being, Tyr is just going to be sidelining up against Widow Griefer, is a level up at 15, highest level in the game currently, despite the fact that Mordekaiser and Ornn have been in their respective side lanes. And speaking of Ornn, Ornn is level 14, which means that we're going to start getting these ornaments coming in for the time being. Has already upgraded Echo's Proto Belt into the upgraded Arrow Pack, which means that, you know, this Echo is going to be doing a whole lot more damage in this game. And really trying to make the most of the lead that they've had.
Yeah, and the lead has really continued through this game. Even at this point, 28 minutes in, the gold lead in the mid lane individually is still about 3,000 gold separating these 2 mid laners. So, I mean, if we're talking about it 28 minutes, that's nearly an entire item, and we're seeing that completed. The other piece is Tyr has opted for the aggressive Magi's build in game 4 of play-ins here, Seppti. That's a pretty aggressive kind of look, and still holding on to those pages for now.
I mean, Tyr we talked about in, you know, this entire game, right? This game has been the Tyr's historic game, right? right? Because this Echo really needs to perform. This Echo needs to, be the game changer in this series. Up until now, right? We talked about how Tier and Easy sort of been playing job security champions, and this Echo is certainly anything but that. And for the time being, has been doing an amazing job just making the characteristics as well as the lead that he was given so early on in this game matter to the success of Stunned. And for the time being, right, this Baron has been up for 3 minutes now, I want
Yeah.
to say, and not an inch has been taken towards this objective from either team because they know that in 90 seconds time the game will absolutely be decided.
Yeah, and so as we take a stock of just like where items are at, where completions are at, finally 3 items completed for Wizward,
Blue team's
almost
turret
three
has been
completed for
destroyed.
Neptune as well. And across the board,
Oh,
now
it's
the
it.
Baron is going to get started up here. But a reset now from Widow Griefer and the teleport available, but no vision quite yet. This Baron down so quickly. Now Nuffies is going to be in the area, but it might be a little bit too late. 2,000, 1,000 stolen. You said no one had touched it, and now all of a sudden it is gone. Less than a minute now until the spawn of the Elder Dragon. Things going on in the mid lane. However, when this team fight comes up, you are at a massive disadvantage if you were TA Fury.
Yeah, and I was gonna say before that Baron,
Blue team's
Neptune was
turret
sitting
has
on
been
2,000 gold, so
destroyed.
I'm very happy. Oh no, I was
Rapid
almost
fire?
very happy. No, look at the other item that they purchased. Oh no. All right.
What?
Anyway, BT is going to be the pickup for Caitlyn next, which isn't the worst option, right? I mean, it's something that a lot of people prefer just because you're able to have that overheal shield and be able to sort of sustain through these fights. Should you make a misstep, and get chunked slightly low. But honestly, right now, Stun need to pull Tier up from this bot lane after getting that crash. They need to be able to work together to push in this
Oh,
mid lane. Call the
they're
Forger coming
working
in.
together to try to find a pick, but sitting and winning is not going to land that yet. They are going to get the knockup on a Widow Weaver, not even a chance to use the Death Realm, and will die themselves. That Death Realm is for you now. A 5v4 with the Elder available. The rest of TA Fury needs to try to pull out a miracle now, because with this Elder falling, the double Uber buff should just mean the end of the series. Nuffy's now going to try to get on the tier, but won't be there quite yet. They have the mid lane prio. Tier pulling a couple of minions, but the Elder is uncontested. The Baron has been claimed. The Elder Dragon now claimed, and TA Fury forced to run for the hills.
Yeah, and Palace, I think you might be caught out here. Solar Flare not available, but the Parallel
Oh,
Convergence is going to catch you out. Flashing away from the auto means that Palace will live to see another day. Is going to try and get that recall
whoa!
off.
That's a pretty
There's no
greedy
plant
spot to
available.
recall there, Palace.
It does not have a plant. Oh boy.
Rampage.
The
Okay.
cows can't, the cows were coming home.
Yeah,
And
the cows
Palace
just
is back to the fountain with that one. I mean, in the end, really had nowhere to go. Maybe could have walked up a little bit further after the people after Stunned thought that he recalled anyway, and tried to hex flash that wall. But otherwise,
Red team's
you're
turret
taking
has
the
been
gamble that they
destroyed.
didn't know you were there. It's unfortunate that they checked that bush, but now TA are at a massive disadvantage. Widow Griefer has no TP available. They don't have an Alistar, and Stunned are just gonna
Red
walk
team's
down
turret
this
has been
game.
destroyed.
And with the rapid fire actually completed onto Neptune, this Elder Dragon is going to be doing so much damage, and Tyr, I don't even think it has to
Red
proc a
team's turret
passive
has been
onto
destroyed.
anyone to actually trigger the soul. So Wizward and
Red
Easy have
team's
to be
inhibitor has
so
been
careful
destroyed.
in this setup and in this defense of their
Oh,
base. Baron should be timing out soon.
yeah, now Tyr going to be on the tower already half, but now the cleanse has come out from Wizard to try to stay alive, and this is going to be the last stand. Senji is taking a tower left, and Widow Weaver has Neptune in the Death Realm, but a couple more autos will do it. Neptune about to get it, but does not quite yet. The Nexus is exposed. The rest of the members are hitting, and it will be Stunned Mythos taking this series 3-1.
Yeah, Widow Griever finally found the target that they wanted to in this game. They found the Caitlyn. They found, the target that would have been, great 10 minutes earlier when they were trying to make the comeback in this game. But as a result, we saw Tyr, we saw Senji rather, we saw Sinning just doing so well as the trio alongside, Insanity, who by the way hit a massive solar flare onto Wizward to sort of start that final engagement. But ultimately, doing such a great job to come up and secure that win in a game that, despite the lead that Echo had, was still looking a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
But I mean, ultimately, credit goes to Stunned. I told, I said I would apologize to Tirao had they won that game on Echo. I'm very happy to say, congratulations. I am sorry that I doubted the Echo pick. Oh, Master mid laner. But ultimately, I mean, Stunned are going to move on to the playoffs of CCS Intermediate. Unfortunately, that means the TA will be taking their exit a little bit earlier than I'm sure a lot of these people would have liked. Um, but ultimately, I think we got a really great series from that first, look at these teams in playoffs. And I think that Stunned definitely have a lot to go on. They have maybe some room for improvement, but they definitely are looking really strong.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is room for improvement. I don't think any of these games were flawless from, the start to the finish. After game 1 and 2, it did feel like it was going to be pretty close, but then we saw some of those flaws get exposed here. So, I mean, yeah, big credit to be able to come back in game number 4. As you mentioned, I think the tier Echo pick was a standout performance. And great to see they were able to close out the series 3-1.
Yeah, and speaking of closing out, just before we let everyone go for the evening, we are gonna bring in Stun Senji for the post match interview. So just give us 1 second, as I believe we're gonna try and drag them in. Senji,
How's it
surprise,
going?
welcome. How you doing after that series, after that banger of a game number 4?
Yeah, I was not ready for some of the people that they brought in. I know a lot of the guys on the other team, and they're really good players actually. Just they haven't been like a team together, so it's like the only advantage we had.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look to be playing super well throughout this entire series. Maybe a couple whoopsies in game number 2, just trying to feel out sort of what was going on in the game. But I guess moving into this interview, what my first question for you guys was going to be sort of, what was your headspace like moving into this series? How were you guys sort of prepping for playoffs? And what sort of picks did you think were sort of the cream of the crop come this patch change?
To be completely honest, we were trying to not show anything that
Fair,
we've been doing.
fair.
So the
Then
patch
don't
change,
answer my question. Then don't answer my
yeah.
question.
So we're still picking the same things after this patch. We've been trying different stuff in scrims, but we're trying not to show anything, and we were hoping that was enough to beat TA if we didn't show anything different than what we've been doing. So
well,
we've
well,
been working on some stuff.
I said I would apologize to Tier during the interview after that Echo pick because I kind of bashed it a little bit. I thought it was a very strange pickup in that game, but it looked like he did a great job. So I'm gonna say it to you, Senji, even though he's not here. So Tier, I apologize. Um, But talking about that fourth game as well, I kind of wanted to get your take on what went on between games 3 and 4 because losing a game in a fashion like that after you had two, fairly hard fought games 1 and 2, to lose game 3 in the fashion that happened, was there sort of like did everyone need to like sort of take a reset after that game, and sort of who led the quote unquote team talk moving into game number 4?
After game 3, I think like game 2, they had a plan, and then it didn't really work out the way they wanted to. They kind of fixed it, but we stuck with the same exact draft. So they kind of got like the upper edge on game 3. So after game 3, I usually just tell the guys like take a break, we'll come back, and then forget about the last game happening, and try to refocus on what we're gonna do.
Well, after that match, it sees you move on to the quarterfinals, of the CCS Intermediate bracket. And I believe you guys are going to be playing. Who is it? I believe you guys are going to be playing Hard
Hard
Hat
hat
Zone
zone. Yep.
in round number 1. So again, without giving up too much, is there anyone on that team you're worried about? Or are you guys going to try and just focus on what you learned from this week?
I think their mid is their best player. So genuinely just trying to like focus on mid matchup. I think that the top lane matchup is just a weak side island. I think they kind of play like a similar style to us. So it's gonna be interesting without giving away too much.
That's more than enough, Sanji. And speaking of more than enough, we have kept you here for that, after a series like that. So we're gonna let you go tonight. After you would like to give potentially one or two shout outs if you would like. If not, that's totally cool. I imagine you guys are pretty tired.
Yeah. Shout out to my team. In terms of the echo pick, sometimes when your teammates tell you, pick me this champion, even though it doesn't feel right for draft, just like how you probably saw the same thing that I did. You just say, pick what you want. I trust you, and it gets you there. So my ADC, mid lane, I trust them. They tell me they want to pick, even if it doesn't make sense, pick it. For my team in general, staff and owners and everyone that helps out behind the scenes, thank you for everything that you guys do.
Awesome. Well, Senji, Llama, I'm going to bring us to a close tonight. Everyone watching the stream, we appreciate you guys coming by to support the CCS Intermediate Division playoffs. So stick around next week for when we have, I believe, I don't know what matchups we're going to have, but we're going to have the quarterfinals of the CCS bracket. Let me check real quick to see if CCS2 is still live. I believe it is. Yes, we have Mint Taxivation and Nameless Echo currently in game number 4 on the CCS2. So if you're still, need to fill that itch of CCS action. So stick on over and stick around and head on over to support them. But I have been Seppti tonight alongside Llama, my wonderful, wonderful play-by-play. We would like to thank you so much for supporting us, and we will have a good night for everyone. Peace.
Awake to my